Chapter 1637. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong had gone completely crazy. His white hair fluttered rapidly, and he looked like a demon. As he waved his walking stick, the ground cracked rapidly. One after another, earth spirit veins gushed out from the ground, turning into swords and knives that slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge quickly. Coiling snake stick, Tuoba Yulong attacked crazily. The dragon head walking stick in his hand turned into a ferocious python that instantly covered the void. It bit at Lin Xian. This dragon head walking stick was not simple. It was an earth-grade treasure. At this moment, its energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the ferocious dragon snake head locked onto Lin Xian. Die, brat! The whole void shook violently as the staff swept down. Even a 5-star king wouldn't be able to withstand the shocking energy. Lin Xian let out a cold snort as his eyes lit up. Myriad sword art, 9,000 sword power! With a low bellow, the dragon's sword domain rotated rapidly. 9,000 sharp sword beams quickly combined to form a gigantic heavenly sword that slashed forward ruthlessly. Lin Xian's myriad sword art had already reached greater mastery. When he used it now, it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The 9,000 sword power formed a giant sword that was incomparably terrifying. It directly blasted the dragon head, walking stick back. Boom! Boom! Tuoba Yulong took 3 steps back, creating a large crack in the void. At the same time, his face was full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? He was too shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5-star king. However, not only was the other party fine, but he was also blasted back. He couldn't believe that a 2-star king could have such powerful combat strength. At the same time, the myriad thunder saint's expression was also solemn. He was also extremely shocked. Therefore, in the next moment, he pushed his combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge lightning domain instantly formed, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Lightning rolled in the sky, and the myriad thunder saint stood in the void like a thunder god. In the next moment, he attacked ruthlessly. Hand of the thunder god. The domain of thunder and lightning above churned as countless bolts of lightning surged, forming a giant hand of thunder and lightning that connected heaven and earth. With shocking power, it slammed downwards. Boom! That giant lightning hand was several hundred feet long. It stretched out from the thunderclouds in the sky, as if it was the real hand of the heavens. How terrifying! Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and swallowed their saliva. This should be the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Thunder Sect, the hand of the Thunder God. It's hard to imagine that the 10,000 Thunder Saint Son has cultivated it to such a level. It's over. I'm afraid that Lin Kid won't be able to fight back. What a pity. 6 divine gems and a top Earth-class cultivation technique are going to fall into the hands of the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Xian was doomed. As for Lin Xian, he supported the dragon sword domain. His expression was incomparably cold, and his body was surrounded by sword chi. The dragon's sword domain collided with the lightning domain, producing a sound like that of a tsunami. Endless cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, Lin Xian performed the first level of the 6-god sword technique. Suddenly, the dragon's sword domain was surrounded by countless red sword chi, and at the same time, an illusory sword god shadow faintly appeared. The sword god shadow sat cross-legged in the void like an ancient sword god, and its terrifying aura suppressed all directions. Kill! Lin Xian raised the 9-held demon sword and roared. Immediately, the sword god's image filled the sky with red sword light as it charged upwards. Crack! With a loud sound, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Son's hand of the Thunder God was attacked by the sword chi, and countless cracks appeared. Then it exploded and scattered in all directions. What? The thunder god's hand is broken? How is that possible? The surrounding people exclaimed in disbelief. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun was even more shocked. His thunder god's hand was extremely terrifying. How could his opponent resist it? However, he didn't have time to think. The next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly retreated to the side. That was because the red sword god's phantom was charging towards him at high speed. That fierce aura made him feel like he was on the verge of death. Buzz! A red sword light was emitted from the sword god's shadow and instantly slashed forward. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun dodged the sword by force. However, the aftermath of the sword chi made him feel pain all over, and his body almost split open. After missing the attack, the red sword god's shadow quickly dimmed. Then it returned to Lin Xian's dragon sword realm and sat down cross-legged. Lin Xian didn't waste time with his opponent. He had already sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, asking him to help Du Fei and Fatty Luo crack the 6 spiritual chi light pillars. Now, they had successfully cracked it. Let's go. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly came to their side. The dragon's sword realm roared and turned into a flying dragon, carrying everyone and rushing into the distance. He didn't want to stay here for too long, because he had many treasures with him. Even if he killed Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, more people would come. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Under the extreme speed of the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian and the others were extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared into the horizon. Trying to run. Damn it, chase after him. Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. Both of them had suffered a great loss. How could they let Lin Xian go? After hearing that, the martial artists around them moved as well. They followed behind Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, turning into streaks of shocking light that chased forward. The martial artists hidden in the surroundings also followed silently, because the treasures this time were too abundant. Whether it was the 10,000 Thunderhammer, the 10,000 bee sting in Lin Xian's hands, the 6 divine nerves, or a top-tier, earth-grade cultivation technique, any one of them would make countless people jealous. Now, all of these things were in Lin Xian's hands. How could they not go crazy? No one gave up. They all chased after him. Of course, they all followed unhurriedly, because they wanted the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and the others to fight with Lin Xian. When both sides were injured, they would appear and reap the benefits. However, half a day later, everyone's expression was extremely ugly, because they had lost track of him. Not only the hidden martial artists behind them, but even the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and Tuoba Yulong had a ferocious expression. The other party's speed was too fast. They couldn't keep up at all. Even if the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun had the speed of lightning, he was still a little slower. Damn it! Everyone gritted their teeth. Investigate. We must find out that kid's identity. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun gritted his teeth. He must take back the 10,000 Thunder Hammer. Not only that, he also wanted to kill the other party and snatch the treasures on him. Tuoba Yulong had the same idea. Therefore, he also asked the people of the Tuoba family to hurry up and find out about the other party. Moreover, he also spread the word that if anyone could provide information about the other party or help him catch the other party, he would give the person a strange stone for free. When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Tuoba Yulong was an extremely powerful seeker. Although he lost to Lin Xian last time, no one doubted his strength. Unexpectedly, in order to catch Lin Xian this time, he actually agreed to give away a strange stone. This was absolutely shocking news. Therefore, for a time, many people were inquiring about Lin Xian. Chapter 1638. The 10,000 Thunder Saint gave the order to track down Lin Xian with all their might. On the other side, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and flew quickly with Fatty Luo and the others. A day later, they were finally far away from the sacred palace. Lin Xian's speed also came to a halt. F***CK. Damn, the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the Tuoba family. I'll remember this. I'll never let them off the hook. Fatty Luo gritted his teeth. As the descendants of the 10 great villains, no one dared to attack them. But this time, that Tuoba Yulong dared to attack them? How abominable. Yes, we must avenge them. Du Fei snorted. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No hurry. We'll have plenty of chances in the future. I might have to return to the sect now. Brother Lin, are you going back? Fatty Luo and Du Fei were reluctant to part with him. Yes, the sect's mission is completed and the deadline is almost up. We must hurry back. They chatted for a while. Then Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon said goodbye to Fatty Luo and Du Fei and set off again. Indeed, Danzong had given them a deadline of 1 month. Now that they were almost there, Lin Xian had to go back. Otherwise, he would arouse the sect's suspicion. 2 days later, he arrived at the place where he had landed and waited for the gate to open. Sure enough, Danzong's teleportation array appeared in the sky again at the specified time. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he entered the gate with the Crimson Dragon. When he came out again, he was already back in Danzong. Lin Xian smiled as he operated the longevity incantation to stabilize the spiritual power in his body. He was now very far away from the sacred palace. Even if a king could fly, it would take him a few years. Therefore, it was impossible for the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the others to find him. Moreover, what made him even happier was that the harvest this time was simply too bountiful. 6 divine gems and a top Earth rank technique. This was definitely a sky-high price. If anyone knew about this, they would go crazy with envy. Lin Xian was also very careful. He returned to the sect and quickly handed in the mission. Then he returned to his mountain and went into seclusion. Raising his hand to set up a seal, Lin Xian gave 2 divine gems to the Crimson Dragon and kept the other 4 for his own cultivation. This divine crystal was worthy of being called a rare treasure. Lin Xian was overjoyed by its abundant energy. For nerves had allowed his cultivation base to reach the late stage of 2-star King Realm. 1,000 Dragon Realms realm was strengthened again. Slowly, 1,000 Divine Gems and Divine Gems realm ranked Divine Ge. This time, it took him half a month to absorb the divine crystals. This improvement, as Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current state. With a flip of his palm, he took out the Earth-class martial art. Tian Heaven Martial's Divine, Martial Gems, Martial, Art Divine Martial. Fist of the 1,000 Tian Fist. Its power surpassed any of Lin Xian's martial arts techniques. However, although this technique was powerful, it also had high requirements for the cultivator. First of all, to use this fist technique, one had to have an extremely strong physique. Otherwise, one would not be able to withstand the power of this fist technique. Moreover, the cultivator also needed to have a trace of the Dragon Clan's bloodline to be able to fully use the fist of the 1,000 Tian sect. It could be said that these requirements were very harsh and difficult for ordinary people to meet, especially the second requirement. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw it. No wonder the other party was so willing to give him a top-rank technique, because in the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible to cultivate. If one had a strong physique, they could achieve it. If one wanted to use the Dragon Clan's bloodline, they would have to do it with someone like the Crimson Dragon, who was part of the Dragon Clan, or someone related to the Dragon Clan. The other possibility was to slay a dragon and obtain its bloodline power. However, this situation was even rarer. Therefore, this fist of the 1,000 Tian sect could only be watched and could not be cultivated. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Others could not cultivate it, but he could. He had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was a very special dragon soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's current state was equivalent to a dragon. However, it was not a real dragon clan. However, to cultivate this Fist of the Thousand Tian sect, it was indeed enough. This Fist of the Thousand Tian sect was very fierce and abnormally fierce. It was very difficult to cultivate. This set of fist techniques also contained 5 killer moves. It could be said that its power was extremely great. The more Lin Xian looked at it, the more delighted he became. If he used the Fist of the Thousand Tian sect, coupled with his dragon sword realm, he would definitely be able to unleash a terrifying combat strength. Therefore, in the following days, Lin Xian was completely immersed in cultivating the Fist of the Thousand Tian sect. Time passed quickly. During this period, the sect sent a blue wave pill. Other than that, Lin Xian had been in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Xian was now at the entry level of the Fist of the Thousand Tian sect. From this point, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the Fist of the Thousand Tian sect. This was because in the past, Lin Xian could almost cultivate a middle-grade Earth-tier martial art to the small success stage in a month's time. Now he was only at the entry level. As expected of a top-grade Earth-tier martial art, Lin Xian also exclaimed. However, even at the entry level, its power was extremely terrifying. It had even surpassed a middle-grade Earth-tier martial art at the large success stage. However, he did not continue to cultivate it. This was because the entire Danzong had suddenly heard a low bell sound. It was obvious that something big had happened. Clang! The melodious bell sound slowly resounded throughout the entire Danzong. Lin Xian stood up and withdrew the surrounding defensive array. Then his figure flashed and flew into the distance. Along the way, he saw many core disciples who also flew into the sky. It was obvious that these people had received the news. Lin Xian. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Xian turned around and saw a beautiful figure rushing toward him at high speed. Chu Yu. Lin Xian smiled. You're here too. Of course. How can I not come for such a big matter? Chu Yu smiled. Do you know this is a good opportunity for us? Good opportunity? What opportunity? Lin Xian was puzzled. You don't know? Chu Yu was surprised. What do you usually do? I've been in seclusion these days. Why? Something big happened in the sect? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked with a smile. It's indeed something big, but it's not just Danzong, Chu Yu said. Do you know that in a while it will be the day of the Holy Land selection? As a subsidiary sect of the Yaoguang Holy Land, our Danzong has a chance to participate in the selection every 10 years. This time it's our turn. In other words, among us core disciples, there might be a carp that can jump the Dragon Gate and directly enter the Yaoguang Holy Land. Chapter 1639. Chu Yu smiled and said, Maybe some of these core disciples will be able to enter the Yaoguang, sacred ground. What? The sacred ground sect selection? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Then he understood from Chu Yu's explanation. The sacred ground sect selection was held once every 10 years. It was a competition between the 3 subsidiary sects of the Yaoguang, sacred ground. In the end, the top 3 would have a chance to enter the Yaoguang, sacred ground. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the Danzong and Danzong disciples. The sacred ground was the top force in the eastern wilderness. It was an overlord that was on par with the remote antiquity families. Every disciple of the sacred ground was an extremely outstanding genius. Their strength was terrifying and unimaginable. Moreover, the sacred ground had a very rich foundation. If one could enter the sacred ground to cultivate, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Lin Xian and Chu Yu chatted as they flew quickly. Soon, the two arrived at the Danzong Square. At this moment, many people had gathered there. These were all core disciples. Only core disciples were qualified to participate in the sacred ground selection. Lin Xian roughly looked and found that there were about 300 core disciples. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. At this moment, these people had excited expressions on their faces. This was because they knew that this time there was a high possibility that someone among them would break through and become a sacred ground disciple. That would be an unparalleled honor and a great opportunity. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and Chu Yu's landing immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, most of them were looking at Chu Yu. It couldn't be helped. She was a direct disciple and had a high status. Among the core disciples, she was also a top existence. Such a person would definitely be an extremely strong opponent in the sacred ground selection. Therefore, these core disciples paid special attention to her. As for Lin Xian, they only glanced at him and then stopped paying attention. This was because they found that he was only a late-stage two-star king. This kind of cultivation was too weak. They didn't even understand how he became a core disciple. Such a person was nothing more than cannon fodder in the Holy Land selections. Therefore, they would not waste their energy to pay too much attention to it. Lin Xian shook his head slightly at the disdainful gazes around him. These people simply did not know what was called jumping ranks to battle. After Lin Xian and Chu Yu arrived, more and more core disciples arrived. The entire square was filled with martial artists, their powerful auras connecting heaven and earth. Not long after, the door to the main hall opened. A group of elders walked out from within. The person at the front was an old man in a red robe. He was the sect master of Danzong, Dan Chenzi. Lin Xian was slightly surprised to see him. He hadn't expected Dan Chenzi to appear at a time like this. It seemed like he had underestimated the importance of the Holy Land selections. At the side, all the core disciples bowed to the front. "Greetings, sect master." "No need to be so polite." Dan Chenzi smiled and said, "I'm sure you know why I've gathered you here." "That's right. I've gathered all of you here for the Holy Land selection." As expected, after receiving the sect master's affirmation, the surrounding core disciples were all excited. They had no choice. Among these core disciples, the younger ones were in their 20s, while the older ones were already 100 years old. However, they were all kings. Therefore, in terms of appearance, the core disciples who were 100 or 200 years old looked like they were in their 30s. However, they had been waiting for this day for a long time. In front of them, Dan Chenzi said slowly, "The Holy Land selection this time is no different from the previous ones. It's also divided into 3 stages. An elder will lead you to the first 2 stages. As for me, I'll be waiting for your return at the 3rd stage. At that time, not only me, but the experts of the Yaoguang Holy Land will also be there. I hope you'll perform well and strive to enter the Yaoguang Holy Land." "Yes, we'll do our best to enter the Holy Land." The group of core disciples was excited. Lin Xian was slightly confused because he didn't know what the 3 stages were. But thinking about it, it wouldn't take long for him to find out. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Some of the surrounding core disciples were already discussing among themselves. "With my cultivation, the 1st stage isn't a problem at all. The 2nd stage is fine too, but the 3rd stage is a bit difficult. Yeah, I wonder what kind of outstanding geniuses will appear in the other 2 sects this time. Our Danzong will be led by the 10 direct disciples." These people were discussing animatedly. It was obvious that they were participating in the selection. Lin Xian perked up his ears and listened for a while. He had a rough understanding of the situation. The Yaoguang Holy Land had 3 main sections. They were the Danzong, the Lingshu, and the Purple Sun sect. These 3 sects were about the same in strength, but the Purple Sun sect was the strongest. The other 2 sects also had more than 300 core disciples. Moreover, the 3 sects were led by the 10 direct disciples, forming the strongest echelon. And every time, the top 3 would always emerge from these personal disciples. Among these direct disciples, there were 3 senior direct disciples. They were the Danzong, Dan Feng. the Lingshu sect, Shaocheng, the Purple Sun sect, Dingpeng. These 3 people were powerful and unfathomable. It was rumored that they could already stand shoulder to shoulder with the disciples of the peerless Holy Land and the clan of the ancients. It could be said that they were the hot favorites in this competition. Lin Xian listened from the side and secretly memorized these people. On the other side, after Dan Chenzi finished speaking, another sect elder walked out and gave some things to the core disciples. Among them, there was a jade scroll and a few pills. The jade scroll recorded the basic content of the selection. As for the pills, they were probably recovery or healing pills prepared for them. At this moment, Dan Chenzi chuckled and said again, "Now you've received the pills. There's a purple pill among them. Swallow it now, and I'll help you increase your strength." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, then ecstatic. Soon, everyone swallowed the purple medicinal pellets that they had obtained in their hands. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He knew that Dan Chenzi wasn't a good person. He probably didn't have good intentions when he asked them to take the pill. However, with so many people taking the pill, he would definitely attract attention if he didn't take it. Therefore, he could only take the purple pill and quickly use the longevity incantation. He hoped that the longevity incantation could reverse the flow and discover the difference in the pill. As expected, after swallowing the pill, the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body reversed the flow. This meant that there was definitely something wrong with the pill. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and didn't expel it immediately. However, he didn't absorb it either. Chapter 1640. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and did not expel it immediately. However, he did not absorb it. When Dan Chenzi saw that all the core disciples had taken the purple pills, he nodded in satisfaction. "All right, go back and prepare. Gather here in 3 days. An elder will take you there." "Yes, we'll take our leave." All the core disciples bowed again. Then they rose into the air and returned to their mountains. Lin Xian bid farewell to Chuyu and left as well. After returning to the mountain, Lin Xian raised his hand and set up a defensive array to prevent others from probing. Then he opened his mouth and spat out the purple pill. "Damn, there's something wrong." The Crimson Dragon also jumped out and frowned. "Kid, are you still going to participate in the Sacred Land tryouts? I think Danzong is very strange. I'm afraid he's plotting something." Lin Xian's expression turned serious. "Of course I'm going to participate. If I withdraw now, I'm afraid Danzong will hunt me down. Moreover, I think Danzong's secret will be exposed during the Sacred Land tryouts. I'm going to see what Dan Chenzi is plotting then." 3 days later, Lin Xian and the others arrived at Danzong Square again. This time, 3 elders and more than 10 deacons were leading the group. One of the 3 elders had a very powerful aura. Lin Xian estimated that he was at the Almighty level. The Danzong Almighty waved his hand, and a huge spirit boat rose into the air. Then Lin Xian and the other core disciples boarded the spirit boat and flew into the distance. The spirit boat was as fast as lightning. Even so, it took 10 days to reach its destination. The serene moon forest was vast. It was surrounded by mountains. The huge spirit boat was descending toward one of the valleys. The valley was huge. From the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. When they got closer, they realized that there were many people in the valley. The landing of Danzong's spirit boat naturally attracted attention. Very quickly, a red light flew over from the half-moon valley. "So it's a fellow Taoist from Danzong." A laugh rang out. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His aura was powerful. He had reached the level of a 6-star king. "So it's fellow Taoist Han." The alchemy sect's Almighty also smiled. Then the other 2 elders and a dozen deacons beside him also quickly greeted the red-robed, middle-aged man. Looking at these people, there was a trace of respect and fear. Although the other party is only a 6-star king, our Danzong and the other 2 sects don't dare to behave atrociously here. Chu Yu said via voice transmission. Hee, can you guess why? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, could it be that the other party is from the Yaoguang Holy Land? That's right. The other party is from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Even the Almighty of Danzong wouldn't dare to be rude to them. Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had seen the power of an almighty before. Such a person could be said to be an overlord in the eastern wilderness. However, a 6-star king from the Yaoguang Holy Land could make an almighty feel fear. One had to admit that the Holy Land's strength was too terrifying. In front, the elders and the red-robed, middle-aged man discussed for a while. Then the Danzong Almighty turned around and said, we're going to discuss the competition. You can go down by yourselves. Communicate with the other sect's senior and junior brothers. Yes. Everyone agreed. Then, one by one, they rose into the air and flew down. The Half-Moon Valley had beautiful scenery and abundant spirit chi. It was a good place to rest. At this moment, the arrival of Lin Xian and the other Danzong disciples naturally attracted the attention of the Purple Sun sect and the Lingshu sect. Among them, the 10 core disciples of the Danzong sect stood at the front. They landed forcefully, bringing with them countless gusts of wind. It's the Danzong people. In the valley, the people from the other 2 sects also narrowed their eyes. Their expressions were solemn. They had no choice. This time, they were not here to sightsee. It was a very intense competition. It could be said that each person was a potential opponent. Hee, Danfeng, how have you been? At this moment, an extremely handsome young man in white walked out and chuckled as he looked ahead. Although his body did not emit any light, he had an aura that made everyone feel uncomfortable. Xiao Cheng, Danfeng, was a very beautiful woman. She wore a 5-colored robe, and her beautiful face was solemn. His long and narrow eyes were shining with a bright light. At the same time, a fiery red shadow spread out from her body. It overlapped like a phoenix. It carried a scorching aura. Suddenly, the aura of the entire valley increased by a lot. So powerful, the surrounding disciples were shocked. Their expressions were extremely solemn. The white-robed young man smiled and said, "It seems that your fire phoenix technique has made another breakthrough. You're not bad either. I'm afraid you've already cultivated to the 6th level." Danfeng's voice was cold but exceptionally pleasant. "I'm nothing. I'm afraid that Ding Peng is even more powerful. I heard that his Purple Sun divine technique has already broken through to the 7th level. The 7th level." Even Danfeng frowned when she heard this. What a troublesome guy. It's my honor to be praised by Fairy Danfeng. Another laughter was heard. Then a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a young man in a purple robe with a devilish smile on his face. There was a purple aura floating on his body. It was very mysterious. Ding Peng. On the Danzong side, there was also a burst of exclamations. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Ding Peng, the first direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect. His strength was extremely terrifying. Probably no one in the entire valley was his match. The only ones who could fight against him were their senior sister Danfeng and the first direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect, Xiaocheng. In the distance, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and kept sizing up the 3 of them. These 3 should be the top geniuses of the 3 major sections. Not bad, they're indeed very strong. However, compared to the 1,000th Thunder Sage, they seem to be a little lacking. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he kept comparing in his heart. How about it? Do you want to spar? Ding Peng stood in the void and asked indifferently. Forget it, there's no need to spar. When it comes to the 3rd stage, a battle will do. Danfeng shook her head slightly. Then her figure swayed and she came to the valley. I won't fight you either. On the other side, Xiao Cheng of the Spirit Void sect also laughed. Recently, I've been cultivating a unique skill. I'll have a breakthrough in the next 2 days. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you an unexpected surprise." As he said that, his body and mind swayed and he landed below. "No matter what you cultivate, you're no match for me." Ding Ping shook his head slightly. Chapter 1641. Next, everyone rested in this valley, waiting for the upcoming first stage. Through the jade slip, Lin Xian already knew the content of the first stage. It was a team competition. Everyone would form different teams and enter the hidden moon forest together. Each small team could only have a maximum of 3 people. At the very least, they could act alone. Under normal circumstances, no one would act alone because it was easy to be eliminated in this situation. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Dan Feng and Ding Peng probably disdained to form a team with others. As for the others, they would probably form a 3-person team. At the very least, it would be a 2-person team. Every team would be given half a jade pendant, and what these teams had to do was to snatch other people's jade pendants in the forest and form a complete jade pendant. Only by forming a complete jade pendant within the stipulated time and handing it over to the designated location would they be considered to have passed. This was the content of the first stage. It looked very simple, but there were some hidden traps in it. One of them was that other than the team itself, no one knew which half of the jade pendant the other teams had obtained. This required the martial artist to find out by himself. Moreover, the more important point was that this first stage was very easy to eliminate people, because there would be experts who would carry out a thorough cleaning inside. Those people were powerful and had completed a complete jade pendant, but they would not stop. Instead, they would attack others crazily and eliminate them. It could be said that it was very cruel. Next, it was to form a team. Basically, it was a combination of disciples from each sect. There were very few combinations between sections. Lin Xian, let's form a team. At this moment, Chuyu walked over with a smile. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, a few handsome young men walked towards Chuyu and said with a smile, "Junior sister Chu, let's go together." "Yes, junior sister, we can protect you. Kid, you can leave. There's nothing for you here." A few people looked coldly at Lin Xian, and the surrounding martial artists also whispered and could not help but pull away, because those who dared to form a team with Chu Yu were definitely personal disciples. Ordinary core disciples had no chance at all, and this kind of personal disciple, ordinary people, did not dare to provoke at all. "Senior brothers, don't say that. Junior brother Lin is very powerful." Chu Yu quickly mediate. Powerful. After the 2 personal disciples heard this, a trace of disdain appeared at the corners of their mouths. How powerful could a late-stage 2-star king realm be? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he said to Chu Yu, "You can team up with them. I have other choices." With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. He didn't want to team up with Chu Yu because he only knew Chu Yu in all of Danzong. But now he would choose to act alone, because being alone was more suitable for him. Seeing Lin Xian leave, Chu Yu also sighed. However, this was also good. This way, it would prevent Lin Xian from having a conflict with his personal disciple. She knew that the personal disciples beside her possessed extremely terrifying strength. If Lin Xian was here, the 2 sides would definitely clash, and the one who would suffer would be Lin Xian. This was not the result that Chu Yu wanted to see. "All right, senior brothers, let's form a team." Chu Yu sighed. At the same time, the others also quickly formed teams. Most of them were 3-person teams, but there were also some 2-person teams. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed very strange. This was because there were no other disciples beside him. He was alone. This kind of solo action immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Many disciples even revealed disdainful sneers. With his strength, he wants to act alone. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. He's just cannon fodder if he goes in. Ignore him. The disciples sneered, not putting Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Lin Xian's expression was calm because he was very confident in himself. Apart from Lin Xian, there was another person on Danzong's side who was acting alone. That was the eldest personal disciple, Dan Feng. She also did not find anyone to team up with. As for Xiao Cheng of the Lingshu sect and Ding Peng of the Purple Sun, they were both acting alone. Soon, each team began to step forward to receive half a jade pendant. Lin Xian also received half a jade pendant. It was palm-sized and had exquisite inscriptions carved on it. He held the jade pendant in his hand and narrowed his eyes. This was because from the moment he received the jade pendant, there were countless malicious gazes around him. It was obvious that these people were targeting him. Suddenly, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. If these people did not open their eyes, he did not mind sending them out. However, the first round of the competition was still considered fair. These people did not directly enter the Hidden Moon Forest. Instead, they were randomly transported by a huge teleportation array. This way, they could avoid the fate of being stared at from the beginning. All the disciples stood on the huge array, and light flickered under their feet. In front, the red-robed, middle-aged man from the Yaoguang sacred ground said loudly, "The time for the first round is a total of 7 days. In these 7 days, not only do you have to successfully seize someone else's token, but also form a complete pair of jade pendants. Moreover, you have to send the jade pendants to that mountain at the stipulated time on the 7th day." As he spoke, he pointed to the distance. In the vast forest, there was a very tall mountain. It was like a heavenly pillar, thousands of feet tall and very eye-catching. Thinking about it, that was the final location. All right, you have already understood the rules. Now, the first round of the test begins. With the command, the entire valley lit up with the light of the array. Then, all the disciples were transported to the Hidden Moon Forest. The light dimmed, and Lin Xian appeared in the Hidden Moon Forest. Long Life Secret activated, and soon the dizziness caused by the teleportation disappeared. Then he began to look around. Around him was a primeval forest with lush vegetation, and there were many demonic beasts around. In other words, besides being careful of other martial artists, he also had to be careful of demonic beasts. Through the dense forest, Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry silhouette of a mountain in the distance. That was the final location. It seemed that he had to collect the entire jade pendant before he could do anything else. Lin Xian looked at the half-jade pendant in his hand and was ready to set off. Roar! At this moment, a green cheetah suddenly jumped out from the tree. It was only 2 meters long. It did not look big, but the power on its body was terrifying. The monstrous, murderous aura caused the entire void to distort. It waved its claws and easily tore through the void. It turned out to be a demon king, and it was very powerful. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and punched out. On the fist there was a cold black dragon aura. Boom! A low sound rang out, and a gale swept in all directions, cutting the surrounding trees in half. As for the Monster King, it let out a miserable cry and was sent flying. Chapter 1642. Its aura was chaotic, and its eyes were no longer ferocious. Instead, they were filled with shock, because it did not expect the human in front of it to be so terrifying that he could severely injure it with a single punch. Therefore, it did not dare to stay. The demonic aura on its body condensed and formed 2 pairs of huge wings. It spread its wings and was about to escape into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he punched out again. Boundless black gas turned into a ferocious dragon head and instantly enveloped the Demon King. Puff! Under this terrifying fist shadow, the Cyan Demon King's body split open. At the same time, a sparkling and translucent demon core fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw it into the black earth. According to the rules of the competition, other than the contestants themselves, they were not allowed to use pets. Therefore, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey were left in the black earth. The entire black earth was formed into a black pendant by Heitu and hung on Lin Xian's body. The Demon King's demon core contained powerful energy, but Lin Xian could not absorb it. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon could absorb the energy inside, so Lin Xian gave it all to him. Hidden Moon Forest was very big and vast. Therefore, Lin Xian walked for half a day and did not encounter any other martial artists. However, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and there were even a few figures flashing. Soon, 3 figures appeared in the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, my luck is really too good. I actually encountered an idiot acting alone. He's only a late-stage 2-star king. How pitifully weak. Behind him, light flickered, and 3 figures descended and surrounded Lin Xian. At this moment, they were laughing wildly, because with the cultivation of a 2-star king, one of them could take on a large group of them. They did not expect that with such a cultivation, how could he become a core disciple? Moreover, he did not team up with others, and actually dared to act alone. He was really reckless. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the jade pendant, and I can spare your life. Among the 3 of them, a muscular man said coldly. These 3 people were all 4-star kings, and their auras were extremely powerful. At this moment, the 3 of them joined forces and formed a special domain that surrounded Lin Xian. The way they saw it, the other party would definitely kneel on the ground in fear and obediently hand over the jade pendant in his hand. However, Lin Xian's answer stunned them. They couldn't believe their ears. Very good. I was still worried about how to find other people. I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to me. In that case, hand over the jade pendants in your hands, and I can spare your lives. Lin Xian glanced at the 3 of them and said indifferently, What? The 3 of them were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. The other party dared to rob them? Soon, they were amused by Lin Xian's actions. Good. Kid, I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. How dare you target the 3 of us? I can't. This is too funny. A 2-star king dares to say such a thing? You really don't know what death is. Brat, you've made me very angry. Now, even if you obediently hand over the jade pendant, I won't let you off easily. The muscular man's voice was also cold. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and sighed. Why are there so many self-righteous people in the world? Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. You're courting death. The 3 of them flew into a rage after hearing this. Among them, the muscular man roared angrily and threw out a punch. The other party dared to look down on them. How abominable! The 3 of them were the core disciples of the Purple Sun sect, and they were all 4-star kings. If they joined forces, they would be a powerful force. The other party was only a 2-star king, and he was alone. How dare he look down on them? They would let the other party know the consequences of looking down on them. The muscular man threw out a punch, and the terrifying power caused the entire void to tremble. His arm was like a flood dragon, filled with explosive power. Boom! The void exploded when he threw out a punch. Haha, kid, die. Following the punch was a ferocious smile. The other 2 also sneered disdainfully. It was as if they could already see the scene of Lin Xian being killed by a single punch. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He clenched his right fist and threw out a punch. Above his fist, there was a black aura that quickly spiraled and formed a blurry black dragon. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 fists collided with a thunderous sound. Countless black cracks even appeared in the void around them, crawling in all directions like small snakes. Competing with me in strength? You're courting death. The muscular man sneered disdainfully, and the 2 companions beside him also snorted. Senior brother Dali cultivates the demon Ox Fist. His strength is boundless. There are very few people in the same realm who can suppress him in strength. A 2-star king dares to compete with senior brother Dali in strength? You're courting death. The three of them sneered. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze, and they even became very ugly, because the sound of bones cracking suddenly came from ahead. Not only that, the muscular man's expression was even more sinister as he screamed. Ah! He retracted his palm and retreated. Every step he took left a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it, how is this possible? How can you be so strong? Shocking, it was really too shocking. His demon ox fist couldn't defeat his opponent? His hand was even broken by his opponent. He couldn't believe it, because of his innate physique and the cultivation technique he practiced. His strength was comparable to a 5-star king's. But now he was actually unable to defeat a 2-star king tier. This was simply too unbelievable. The two companions beside him also opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Senior brother Dali actually lost. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? The two of them were extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, they became angry because Lin Xian dared to attack them. Two black shadows of fists, like black dragons, quickly rushed over. You're courting death. How dare you? The two of them were furious and quickly counterattacked. In their opinion, senior brother Dali must have been careless, which was why his opponent's sneak attack succeeded. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, they would definitely be able to kill their opponent. Frost palm. One of them had blue patterns on his palm. It was extremely mysterious and emitted a cold aura. The surrounding space instantly froze. Two incomparably huge blue palms pushed out horizontally. Ka. Wherever it passed, blue ice crystals would form. Edgeless heavy sword. The other martial artist clenched his hands. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and countless pieces of rock and soil condensed in his hands, forming a huge heavy sword. It quickly slashed forward. Chapter 1643. The ground cracked, and countless rocks and soil gathered in his hand, forming a huge sword. It slashed forward quickly. Boom! 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 The void trembled violently like a painting. The stone sword was like an ancient, demonic mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. In the next moment, the black dragon fist collided with the attacks of the two men. Boom! The void exploded, and the two terrifying ice palms were instantly torn into pieces. On the other side, the huge stone sword was directly broken. What? How is this possible? The two men were stunned and could not believe it. This was their ultimate technique, and it was difficult to find a match for them in the same realm. But now, it was shattered by a 2-star king with a single punch. Damn it, what's going on? How can this kid be so strong? The two men's faces were ferocious. The muscular man from before had already swallowed a pill to heal the injury on his palm. He said in a deep voice, "This kid must be hiding his cultivation." Yes, that must be it. The ice man gritted his teeth and said, "He's doing this to confuse us and make us lower our guard." Damn it, this kid is too scheming. Hiding his cultivation? Scheming? Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Are you done talking? If you're done, I can send you on your way. Or, hand over the jade pendant obediently, and I can spare you this time. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the three men were furious. The muscular man roared, "Let's attack with all our strength. I don't believe that this kid can resist the three of us." Okay. The other two men also nodded. In the next moment, 3 strange domains rushed out from behind them and shrouded the area in front of them. Demonic Ox domain. The muscular man's face was ferocious. He waved his hand, and an extremely demonic domain shrouded the area in front of him. Suddenly, countless figures of demons quickly appeared. They were extremely ferocious, and their auras were extremely terrifying. This was the muscular man's demonic ox domain. At this moment, its power was terrifying. In an instant, The demonic ox figures were everywhere. The destructive energy caused the entire sky to tremble rapidly. World-destroying black dragon fist. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a loud shout and brandished his fists. The black dragon fist technique opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Armageddon black dragon fist was violent, ferocious, and ferocious. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, the two fists were like two black dragons roaring in the void. Boom! Boom! The terrifying fist shadow collided with the ox demon domain, producing a world-shaking sound. Instantly, the sky exploded and waves of air rolled. The area within a radius of 10 miles was razed to the ground. What? He blocked it. How is this possible? The muscular man and the other two were stupefied. They couldn't believe it. The ox demon domain possessed boundless strength and was incomparably ferocious. However, the other party only used a pair of fists to block the domain attack. This was simply too unbelievable. Damn it, I don't believe it. On the other side, the Frosty Man also roared. Behind him, a blue domain quickly formed, enveloping Lin Xian in an instant. Cold Mountain Domain. The blue domain erupted with an icy aura. It was extremely cold. In the sky, countless blue mountains appeared, crushing the void. In an instant, all the space in the entire domain froze. Even Lin Xian's body was covered with a thick layer of frost. Ha 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 ha, kid, let's see how you can run. When the Frosty Man saw that the other party was sealed in ice, he immediately threw his head back and laughed. Boom! However, at this moment, a shocking explosion suddenly came from ahead. The ice on Lin Xian's body suddenly exploded into pieces. Countless violent black dragon auras quickly rotated, covering Lin Xian. It was like a ball of black flames burning fiercely. That aura was incomparably ferocious, like a demon king. What? This is impossible. The Frosty Man was shocked. He couldn't believe that the other party could actually break through his ice seal. Damn it, suppress for me. With a furious roar, the sky full of ice mountains quickly pressed down on Lin Xian. Those blue ice mountains were hundreds of feet tall. Cold air surrounded them, and mysterious blue patterns appeared. At this moment, dozens of giant ice mountains fell from the sky like ancient demonic mountains, piercing through the sky. It was obvious that if one was crushed by these ice mountains, even a 5-star king would be severely injured. Haha, kid die. The Frosty Man laughed wildly, a trace of ferocity on his face. As for Lin Xian, he let out a low roar. The black flames on his body jumped, and he emitted an extremely violent aura. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. He had been using this fist technique because it was very powerful. Moreover, it could increase his proficiency in the fist technique in actual combat. Black fist shadows appeared one after another. They had a powerful aura that could sweep through the world. The fist shadows flickered with light, and an overwhelming black aura covered everything. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the black dragon fist shadows collided with the ice mountains in the Sky Palace. A terrifying tremor shook heaven and earth. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and a powerful aura swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire ice domain was filled with raging winds and destructive energy. Even the entire ice domain began to crack. Explode! Another loud explosion sounded out, and the dozens of ice mountains in the sky were shattered by the black dragon fist. They turned into countless pieces of ice and scattered in all directions. Even a huge black hole had appeared in the ice domain. Puff! The Frosty Man spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With the ice domain broken, he was severely injured. He probably didn't have much combat strength left. Damn it! Demonic Ox Domain. Sword Domain. The remaining two roared and attacked at the same time. Two King domains surged out and enveloped Lin Xian. The Demonic Ox Domain was extremely terrifying. Countless demonic shadows flickered and formed a huge demonic ox king. It held a huge axe and quickly chopped downwards. As the axe fell, mountains and rivers were shattered. The powerful aura was enough to send anyone flying, and it could even kill a 5-star king. The sword domain also flickered with countless dazzling sword lights. It swept across the heavens and earth, and its killing intent was shocking. One had to admit that these two were core disciples of the Purple Sun sect. Although they were only 4-star kings, their strength was stronger than ordinary 5-star kings. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a god of war. Streams of black dragon chi surrounded him, and they accompanied his unparalleled fist as he punched out. Not only that, Lin Xian was crazily using the apocalyptic black dragon fist. He had reached a state of selflessness. Moreover, his fist techniques were becoming more and more proficient. In the end, explosions sounded between heaven and earth. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Thunderous wild dragon. The apocalyptic black dragon fist, in addition to the complete set of fist techniques, also had 5 killing moves. At this moment, Lin Xian was using the first killing move. Chapter 1644. As he punched out with both fists, the wind blew and countless black lightning bolts fell. The 2 huge fists turned into black dragons that circled in the sky. Every single one of them was 300 meters long, and they were surrounded by lightning. Roar! Roar! The 2 black dragons rushed out. Not only that, but the dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body also let out a dragon roar. In the next instant, the 2 black dragons collided with the 2 king domains of their opponents. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as if the world was about to be destroyed. The 2 incredibly powerful kings' domains were pierced through by the 2 black dragons, and a jet black hole appeared. Puff! Puff! The muscular man and the ice man spat out blood and were severely injured. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect their opponent to have such terrifying combat strength. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they were no match for him. Damn it, who are you? Impossible. You can't only be a 2-star king. The 3 of them gritted their teeth in fear. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. If you want to live, hand over the item. Okay, we'll hand it over. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then the muscular man gritted his teeth and said he had no choice. He was no match for his opponent, so he could only ask for half of the jade pendant. You win. This is half of the jade pendant. The 3 of them handed over the jade pendant and turned to leave. However, Lin Xian said coldly, Wait, who said you could leave? What do you want? We've already handed it over. That's not what I'm talking about. Lin Xian said coldly, If you had handed over the jade pendant, I would have let you go. But now, since you want to kill me, do you think I'll let you go so easily? Then what do you want? The 3 of them had ugly expressions. It's simple. Hand over all your subdivine crystals. What? You're robbing us. The Iceman roared. Lin Xian shrugged. You're right. I'm robbing you. You're lucky that I didn't kill you. You're not willing to hand over something? Do you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you? Suddenly, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Feeling this murderous aura, the 3 of their faces changed again. They did not expect that the handsome young man in front of them could actually emit such a terrifying aura. In order to save their lives, the 3 of them gritted their teeth and handed over all the subdivinity crystals in their storage rings. Lin Xian looked at the number and nodded slightly. From the looks of it, the other party should have handed over everything. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve and put away all the subdivinity crystals on the ground. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Only the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School, whose faces had turned black, were left behind. Damn it! I'm so angry! The muscular man was mad. He had never been so angry before. The Iceman also gritted his teeth. Humph, just you wait. The House of Zeong will not let this go. That guy should be from Danzong. He's alone, so it's easy to tell him apart. Yes, let's inform the other disciples. We must kill this brat. The three of them discussed for a while and then quickly swallowed pills to recover their cultivation. Then they went on their way again, preparing to find other martial artists in the house of Ziyang to take revenge. On the other side, Lin Xian set off again. He had obtained many sub-divinity crystals from the three of them. At this moment, he opened the Dragon Sword realm and put all the sub-divinity crystals he had obtained into it. In total, the three of them had more than 150 kilograms of sub-divinity crystals. In addition, there were dozens of supreme-grade sub-divinity crystals. Lin Xian did not hesitate and refined all of them. If he wanted to increase his cultivation now, he needed a lot of sub-divinity crystals. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the number of sub-divinity crystals he needed would also increase exponentially. Therefore, the sub-divinity crystals of the three of them were not enough. He went on his way again to find other Empyreans. However, because his cultivation was only a 2-star king and he was alone, he did not need to find others. In just half a day, 3 waves of people attacked him. In the end, he defeated them all and took their sub-divinity crystals. Now he had obtained 400 kilograms of sub-divinity crystals. Behind him, the Dragon Sword realm flickered with light and quickly refined those sub-divinity crystals. The realm was the foundation of a king. Therefore, as the energy of the realm increased, Lin Xian felt that his energy had increased. Not enough, not enough. Lin Xian shook his head slightly as his eyes bloomed. The efficiency of waiting for others to find him was too low, so he had to take the initiative to make a move. The Dragon Sword realm bloomed, and countless sword qi quickly surrounded Lin Xian's body and formed an azure dragon mask on his face, covering his face. This time, Lin Xian was going to make a move against the disciples of the 3 sects, so he had to hide his identity. Otherwise, when he was exposed, he would probably become the target of public criticism. Perhaps it would also arouse the dissatisfaction of the 3 sections. Therefore, he made a mask to cover his face. Not only that, he also took out a wide black robe and put it on. The disciples of the 3 sects were not familiar with him to begin with, and only Chu Yu knew him well. However, with his current appearance, Chu Yu probably would not be able to recognize him. Very good. Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current appearance. Then his figure flashed, turned into a sword light, and rushed into the distance. At the same time, in the Hidden Moon Forest, the other warriors also met and a great battle soon broke out. Although the first round was divided into small groups, it was still a battle between the sections. Because every sect wanted to eliminate the warriors of the other 2 sects as much as possible. This way, the last 2 rounds would fall into the hands of their own sections. Purple Sun sect, Ding Peng acted alone. He did not deliberately look for others, but those who were encountered by him were not spared. Purple Sun, splitting sky. Ding Peng formed a seal with his palm, and a purple sun bloomed behind him. It was like a purple demonic mountain that ruthlessly blasted forward. Wherever it passed, no one could match it. For a moment, everyone who saw it took a detour. Spirit Void Sect, Shaocheng, and Danzong's Danfeng were also incomparably powerful. No one was able to block their attacks. In addition to these 3 top geniuses, the other personal disciples were also extremely terrifying. On Danzong's side, Chu Yu and 2 personal disciples formed a team and quickly set off. Soon, they met a group of people from Lingshu sect. The other party was also a 3-man team, but they were only ordinary core disciples. When they saw Chu Yu's team, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's a personal disciple. Hurry up and retreat. Want to leave? It's too late. Next to Chu Yu, a young man sneered. He waved the long saber at his waist, carrying an incomparably fiery red light, and fiercely slashed forward. The saber light was extremely resplendent, surrounded by blazing flames and violent energy, and was unstoppable. Chapter 1645. He brandished the long saber at his waist, and with a fiery red light he slashed forward. The saber radiance was extremely bright, and it was surrounded by blazing flames and violent energy. It was unstoppable. In an instant, the 3 people in front of him were seriously injured. Puff! The 3 people from the Lingshu sect vomited blood and quickly admitted defeat, handing over a jade pendant. Then, the 3 of them ran into the distance. "Humph, you run fast." The young man sneered and put away his long saber. Then he waved his hand and held half of the jade pendant in his hand. "Senior Brother Chao's saber technique is indeed powerful," Chuyu said faintly. She seemed a little absent-minded because she was worried about Lin Xian's situation. "I have already practiced this golden radiant raging flame saber technique to the great accomplishment stage. As long as I'm here, I won't let Junior's sister be in any danger," Senior Brother Chao said with a smile. In the distance, there were a few teams that saw the scene. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they didn't dare to come closer. They all ran into the distance and took a detour. There was no other way. The strength of the direct disciples was too terrifying. The best way for them was to run away. Among them, a team of 3 from the Purple Sun sect quickly flew towards the west. After flying for dozens of miles, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. That saber was too terrifying. "Yeah, that's Chao Yin, ranked 7th among the direct disciples. Luckily, we ran fast." The 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. "Haha, is that so? Can you really escape?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the 3 of them. "Who's there?" When the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun sect heard the cold voice, their hair stood on end. They released their soul power and quickly scanned the surroundings. However, they didn't find anyone. Could it be a ghost? No way. Maybe we're too nervous and hallucinating. The 3 of them talked quickly, but they still looked around vigilantly. However, they didn't notice that under their feet, green vines were slowly and strangely slithering. Whoosh! Finally, those vines on the ground attacked, suddenly thrusting out like thousands of green divine spears, incomparably sharp. Puff! 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 One of the Purple Sun sect's disciples was pierced by the green vines. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. Ah! What followed was an incomparably miserable shriek. What? Damn it! How could this be? The expressions of the other 2 disciples changed greatly. They roared madly and decisively attacked the green vines. Pum! In an instant, dozens of vines were broken. "Are you okay?" The other person also poured out a medicinal pill and fed it to the injured disciple. However, the dozens of vines still attached to the injured disciple's body began to shine brightly before exploding. Explode! Powerful energy exploded, forming a violent wind wave that swept in all directions. As for the injured disciple, he turned into a cloud of blood mist and ceased to exist. The other 2 disciples were also sent flying while vomiting blood. "Damn it, who is it? Get out here." The 2 of them began to circulate their spiritual chi, releasing a dazzling light as they roared madly. They didn't expect that they would be plotted against and even lose a comrade. It's useless. Stop struggling. You have entered my vine domain. In this place, I am the ruler. You have no chance of resisting." A cold voice sounded. Not only that, but countless green vines began to spin madly in the surroundings. Like demons, they swayed in the wind. On the giant tree trunk, a pale human face appeared. It was extremely strange. "Damn it, there is indeed someone. Kill him and avenge Junior Brother." The two disciples of the Purple Sun sect roared and used their powerful techniques. Not only that, but the two of them also quickly unleashed their king domains. However, the pale human face revealed a ferocious smile. It's useless. You have no chance. Vine domain, demons dance. With a command, the entire domain shone brightly. The green vines in the surroundings seemed to have turned into demons as they moved quickly. In an instant, the entire space was filled with green vines. Those vines were not ordinary plants. Each of them shone with a dazzling light, and each of them was extremely sharp and full of power. They spun madly, like a green wave, and instantly drowned the two disciples of the Purple Sun sect. Ah! The two of them only had time to let out a scream before they went silent. After a long while, fresh blood flowed out from between the vines. There was not only one battle like this. At this moment, the entire forest was filled with traps, assassinations, and counterattacks. It could be said that danger was everywhere. There were traps everywhere. Lin Xian also turned into a hunter and took the initiative to attack. He spread out his powerful soul power and scanned the surroundings. Soon he locked onto a target. It was a small team of 3 that was flying quickly in the forest. Lin Xian noticed them and smirked. His body flashed, and like a sword light, he quickly rushed towards the 3 of them. He did not hide his aura at all, so when he got close, the 3 of them also noticed Lin Xian's existence. "Who is it? How dare you attack us?" "Humph, you overestimate yourself." "Get lost." The 3 of them roared and attacked wildly. Terrifying energy instantly exploded. World-destroying black dragon fist. Lin Xian did not slow down and quickly waved his fist. 2 black dragon shadows directly blasted out. The black dragon moved freely, and its powerful aura penetrated the surroundings, shattering everything. The attacks of the 3 of them turned into ashes under the black dragon fist. Puff! 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 The 3 of them vomited blood. They were sent flying. Lin Xian's body flashed and landed in front of them. Not long after, Lin Xian left again, but this time there were countless subdivine crystals in his hands. The 3 warriors on the ground gritted their teeth and their faces darkened. Not only did the other party take away their jade pendants, but he also took away all the subdivine crystals on them. This drove them crazy. Moreover, what was more infuriating was that the other party was wearing a green dragon mask, and they did not know who he was. Next, Lin Xian continued to attack. Everyone he encountered was defeated. Not only did they lose their jade pendants, but they also handed over all the subdivine crystals on them. In half a day, Lin Xian got 2,000 pounds of subdivine crystals. The dragon's sword territory fluctuated and emitted light as it quickly absorbed the energy. Lin Xian's strength was also increasing little by little. In the following day, Lin Xian not only attacked the people of Ziyang sect and Lingshu sect, but he also did not let the disciples of Danzong go. However, compared to the other experts, he was considered to be in a better state. This was because he never killed anyone. He only took away their things. As for the other powerhouses, they would directly kill the weaker warriors. That kind of method was cruel. Chapter 1646. Lin Xian's methods were relatively mild. However, he had robbed too many people of their subdivine crystals. Therefore, all kinds of news spread quickly in the 3 sections. Did you know that a demon king has appeared in this forest recently? He's attacking everyone he sees. Not only is he robbing jade pendants, but he's also robbing subdivine crystals. I heard about it too. It's said that he's very terrifying. No one has been able to escape from him. Damn it, which sect is he from? How dare he be so arrogant? Who knows? That person seems to have attacked the disciples of the 3 sections. What? Could it be that he's not from the 3 sects, but someone else? Everyone frowned because it was rare for disciples of the same sect to attack each other in the first round. Most of them would attack the disciples of other sections. However, there was someone attacking the disciples of the 3 sects at the same time. It was really shocking. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. What mysterious person. He hasn't met me yet. In Danzong, Chu Yu's team, the personal disciple named Xiao Yun snorted coldly. He had also heard the news that was spreading recently, but he was very disdainful of it. According to the news, that person only attacked ordinary core disciples. None of the personal disciples had encountered such an experience. This meant that the other party was not very strong. If he only dared to attack ordinary core disciples, he would definitely not be able to defeat the personal disciples. Therefore, Chao Yun did not take it to heart at all. Don't worry, junior sister Chu. If that person dares to appear, I'll definitely make him suffer. The corners of Chao Yu's mouth curled up with strong confidence. An intense battle was going on in the dense forest. The 2 sides were a 3-man team from Danzong and a 2-man team from Lingshu sect. The 3-man team from Danzong was made up of 3 4-star kings. At this moment, they were attacking together with a terrifying momentum. One of them waved his hands, and a huge fire qilin appeared. It stood with its head held high and looked around disdainfully. This terrifying aura was not far from that of a true 5-star king. With a roar, the fire qilin quickly pounced forward. The void trembled and waves of air rolled. It was as if a huge meteor had crashed into the ground. Opposite him were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. She was wearing a long white dress. At this moment, the 2 of them looked up at the sky with disdain. The black-robed man stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the charging fire qilin. As for the white-clothed lady, her figure floated as she retreated to the side. Boom! The fire qilin swooped down and completely enveloped the black-robed man. Terrifying flames spread in all directions. Heat waves rolled, and the heat was terrifying. The entire forest was razed to the ground in an instant. You still dare to stop us? How ignorant! On Danzong's side, the 3 disciples sneered. They were very confident in this fire qilin. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. There was even a wisp of terror in their eyes. That was because the silhouette of the fire qilin was gradually disappearing. The earth had sunk so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The surrounding mountains and trees had been flattened. It could be said that the scene was extremely terrifying. However, there was a figure floating above the crater. It was the black-robed man from before. At this moment, he was still standing with his hands behind his back. His chin was slightly raised, and there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that his body was unharmed. There was not a trace of injury on him. What? How is that possible? The 3 Danzong disciples were shocked. They could not believe it. The fire qilin had clearly hit the man just now. However, the other party didn't suffer any injuries at all. This was simply too surprising. If the man had used his ultimate skill and resisted with all his might to survive, they could accept that. However, the man did not do anything. He was just standing there. How could he have blocked their fire qilin in such a situation? However, the truth was that it had happened. Damn it, I don't believe it. Another disciple shouted angrily. He also quickly waved his hand. Immediately, hidden weapons filled the sky and shot forward. The hidden weapons were extremely terrifying. They were very fast and had a very strong, penetrating power. Very few people of the same level could block them. Even a 5-star king would not dare to easily block them. However, the black-robed man in front of them did not move at all. He did not set up any defenses either. He only looked on with disdain. Swoosh! 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 Countless hidden weapons flashed and pierced through the void, ruthlessly stabbing toward the black-robed man. However, something shocking happened. The black-robed man's body seemed to have become transparent at this moment. He ignored the hidden weapons that filled the sky. The hidden weapons also passed through the black-robed man's body and flew to the ground below. Instantly, the entire ground sank and countless cracks appeared. What's going on? Is it an afterimage? The 3 Danzong disciples were stunned. They could not understand. Perhaps only an afterimage could explain it. Otherwise, if it was his real body, how could he ignore the hidden weapons? Why did he pass through them directly? An afterimage? Hearing that, the black-robed man smiled disdainfully. Then he slowly reached out his hand and gently pressed forward. Boom! An extremely dazzling light arrow surrounded by the power of wind and thunder flew out quickly. What? The 3 disciples of the alchemy faction were shocked. They had thought that the man was just an illusion and did not exist. However, they did not expect the man to launch such a shocking attack. This was beyond their expectations. Furthermore, that resplendent arrow light was simply too fast. It arrived in front of them in an instant. The 3 of them could not reach it. They could only form a light wall to defend against it. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. The light arrow of wind and thunder directly penetrated the 3 of them's defense and ruthlessly hit their bodies. Thud! Thud! The 3 of them retreated a few thousand meters and crashed into a mountain. They spat out blood. What? So powerful! The 3 of them were extremely shocked. A casual attack had sent the 3 of them flying. This was probably the strength of a 5-star king. Moreover, it was a very powerful 5-star king. Damn it, it's an expert. Let's leave quickly. The 3 of them did not dare to fight and prepared to retreat. This was because the man was too strange. Not only was his attack powerful, but he could also ignore their attacks. This was simply unheard of. You want to leave? At this moment, a white light flashed. The white-robed woman who had been watching the battle suddenly appeared and blocked the 3 of them. You want to leave without leaving the jade pendant? How naive! A delicate voice sounded, but it was full of disdain. You're courting death. Get lost! The 3 of them roared. One of them even attacked mercilessly. An extremely dark light palm rushed out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to tremble rapidly. Demonic sky palm! The alchemy faction disciple roared angrily and quickly struck out with his palm. Chapter 1647. A pitch-black light palm shot out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Demonic sky palm! The Danzong disciple roared and quickly struck out with his palm. The void exploded in an instant. Not only that, but a bottomless pit was formed on the ground under the majestic force. One could imagine how terrifying that palm was. However, the lady in white looked disdainful. Instead of dodging, she moved her body and met the attack head-on. How dare he take the demonic sky palm head-on? The other 2 snorted with excitement in their eyes. It was great that the other party was dragging it out. The demonic sky palm was an advanced Earth-class martial art. It was extremely terrifying, and its power was comparable to a 5-star king. The other party was so careless that she would definitely be severely injured. The disciple who had attacked revealed a cold smile on his face. However, he was stunned in the next moment. Not only him, but the other 2 disciples were also stunned. There was even a tinge of fear in their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the shocking palm hit the lady in white hard, but did not cause any damage. The terrifying palm passed through the lady in white instantly as if it had hit the air. It missed again. The 3 of them felt their scalps go numb. Was that also an afterimage? They were extremely shocked. However, the lady in white tapped her foot and instantly appeared beside the 3 of them. In the next moment, the lady in white pulled out a thin red sword and stabbed it out quickly. Suddenly, the void was mercilessly torn apart. A red sword light, carrying a sharp aura and violent power, fiercely pierced towards the disciple who had attacked previously. Chi! Puff! The disciple's body was pierced by the sword Chi and fell to the ground. What? How is that possible? The other two disciples were shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the lady in white was not an afterimage. However, if she was the real body, how did she dodge the demonic sky palm? What kind of martial art is that? It's too strange. Damn it! Who are you? The two disciples gritted their teeth and asked. Haha, the dead don't need to know so much. At this moment, a black figure appeared behind them. It was the black-robed man from before. A cruel smile appeared on the black-robed man's handsome face. Following that, a bright light blossomed behind him, and a dark golden domain instantly gushed out and shrouded the two of them. The next moment, a terrifying energy was released. The light shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. Within the domain, the two Danzong disciples let out miserable cries. The voice only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. As for the black-robed man, he removed his dark golden domain. The two Danzong disciples were already dead. At this moment, the two corpses fell to the ground below. Just 3 pieces of trash. The black-robed youth snorted disdainfully. The lady in white sneered, trash indeed. Ordinary core disciples are of no threat to us. I think that even the other personal disciples would not be able to do anything to us. Of course. I'm afraid that only Ding Peng and the other two will be able to break through our king domains. Moreover, they are only suppressing it with great power. They can't break it with techniques. When talking about their king domains, the two of them were full of arrogance. By the way, brother, I heard that a mysterious madman has appeared in the forest recently. No matter which sect he is from, he will attack them as soon as he sees them. Moreover, his behavior is very strange. Not only did he rob the jade pendants, but he also robbed the disciples of their subdivine crystals. Hee, I think that guy must be so poor that he even wants ordinary subdivine crystals. The lady in white sneered disdainfully. He must be a personal disciple. He must be so poor that he has gone crazy. Isn't it a waste of time to think of such a method? The black-robed youth snorted. That guy is lucky that he didn't meet us. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Following that, the two of them flashed and left the place. The mysterious person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was still walking in the forest. However, in the past 2 days, his harvest had gradually decreased. This was because the news about him had spread. Everyone was on guard, and those who were weaker did not dare to act alone. Therefore, during this period of time, he did not gain much. Forget it. There isn't much good stuff in an ordinary paper storage ring. I'd better target the personal disciples. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He was going to change his strategy. Previously, he had only targeted the ordinary core disciples, and not the personal disciples. However, it seemed that he could only target the personal disciples now. Firstly, the ordinary disciples were afraid and did not dare to act alone. It would be more troublesome if he were to fight them again. Moreover, the personal disciples had more good stuff in their hands. There might be a lot of supreme grade subdivine crystals. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed slightly. The most helpful thing for him now was the subdivine crystals. However, those things could only be encountered by chance and could not be seen at all. They could only be found in those strange stones. In his current environment, there was no way for him to gamble on stones. Therefore, the method of obtaining subdivine crystals was not feasible for the time being. He could only use the supreme grade subdivine crystals. However, there were not many supreme grade subdivine crystals in the hands of ordinary disciples. It was far from enough. Lin Xian pondered as he walked in the forest. Suddenly he stopped and frowned, because he realized that his surroundings were a little strange. However, he did not find anything when he used his soul power to check his surroundings. This made him puzzled. Shaking his head slightly, he stopped paying attention and prepared to leave. At this moment, the vines under his feet suddenly pierced towards him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Those green vines were crystal clear and fluttered in the wind. They were like the spears of gods and demons as they quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. They were very fast. Even a 5-star king would not be able to defend himself in time. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A green light flickered behind him, and the dragon sword domain instantly enveloped him. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Countless sword chi intertwined and moved according to a specific trajectory. It formed a huge green shield behind Lin Xian. It was 30 meters tall and was like an iron wall. It flickered with a dazzling light. Not only that, there was even a dragon-shaped shadow coiling around it. Clang! The green demonic vines collided with the azure dragon divine shield and let out a violent vibration. It was like the sound of a huge bell that rang out continuously. Lin Xian was shocked. His soul power did not detect any danger, but someone actually attacked him. Fortunately, he had mastered many kinds of secret techniques. This azure dragon divine shield was an extremely powerful defense. Otherwise, he would be in danger now. Chapter 1648. With a cold snort, Lin Xian punched back. His black fist was like a mountain as it charged backward. Boom! Shock waves exploded, and the void trembled. Countless vines were shattered by this punch. However, even more vines swept towards Lin Xian. Green light emerged from all directions, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. And those vines were like swords, sabers, axes, and spears, incomparably sharp. Kill! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he clenched his fists. His black fist swept in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse. Boom! 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 The surrounding demonic vines were all smashed to pieces. Not only that, but the violent fist shadows were like black dragons that kept moving in the air, rushing in all directions. In an instant, the ground cracked, the sky trembled, and all the trees and mountains in the surroundings were uprooted. Damn it! How is this possible? At this moment, a pale face appeared on a tree trunk in the distance. However, this face was filled with pain. At the same time, there was a deep shock in his eyes. This was because the opponent's strength was too strong, and it was extremely painful. Moreover, the opponent was only a 2-star king. How could he have such strength? Damn it, it's actually a guy who hid his strength. The demonic man's voice was cold, but his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Kid, you dare to injure me. Now go to hell. With a roar, the surrounding vines bloomed with endless light. Thousands of vines condensed, forming countless demons and ghosts that quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Not only that, but the vines also emitted a green aura that was extremely corrosive. Even a 5-star king would not dare to touch it lightly. After all, the vine's domain was a very terrifying king's domain. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You only dare to use a sneak attack to attack others. I guess you're not a powerful person? As he spoke, his fists bloomed with black light, like 2 black dragons roaring in all directions. Boom! 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 His fists suppressed all directions. Lin Xian's Armageddon black dragon fist was incomparably violent. Every strike contained destructive energy. The monsters formed by the demonic vines couldn't get close at all. Not only that, a black flame burned on Lin Xian's body. It was the 9 underworld's devil flame, and it was extremely terrifying. As it burned, the surrounding green poisonous gas was directly evaporated. They couldn't hurt him at all. What? So powerful! The demonic man's pupils shrank. His expression was incomparably malevolent because he did not expect the other party's battle prowess to exceed his expectations. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a long howl and waved his fists, causing the entire magic space to tremble. Damn it! The demonic man's face changed drastically. He knew that the young man in front of him was a powerful expert. It would be impossible to subdue him in a short period of time. and it was very likely that he would lose. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly withdrew the devil vine domain and fled into the distance. This was only the first stage, so there was no need for him to risk his life. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered, turned into a bolt of lightning, and chased after him. The other party seemed to be an expert and should be a personal disciple. Such a person must have a lot of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. How could he let him go? Using the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. Damn it! The demonic man's face turned ugly when he saw Lin Xian chasing after him. He didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. Damn brat, don't go too far. If you push me too far, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The demonic man roared crazily. He was too aggrieved to be chased by a 2-star king. If others saw this, their jaws would definitely drop. As a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength was terrifying. In addition, his devil vine domain was even better at sneak attacks in this forest. Therefore, very few people could contend with him. Even a direct disciple of Zhangxian's could very well be assassinated by him if they were not careful. But now he couldn't subdue a 2-star king and was even being chased by the other party. What shocked him even more was that he didn't know who the other party was. He never knew which expert in the 3 sects had such combat strength. Damn it, who are you? You don't need to know. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and I can spare your life. What? You want to rob me? After the demonic man heard this, he was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then, his face completely darkened. It's you. You're that crazy demon king who appeared recently. He naturally heard that a very terrifying demon king had appeared recently. He specialized in attacking people and snatching their storage rings. He didn't expect to meet him today. Back then, when he heard this rumor, he was disdainful. He thought that the other party only had some strength and specialized in attacking ordinary core disciples. He couldn't beat a personal disciple at all. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Even among the direct disciples, Zhangxian's strength was still extremely terrifying. However, it was impossible for him to take his storage ring. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Devil vine stab! The demonic man roared angrily, and a light shone behind him. At the same time, 10 thick demonic vines rapidly surged out from his body. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were the hands of a demon. The 10 devil vines quickly pierced into the ground and immediately broke open a deep pit. The demonic man's body swayed and directly sank into the ground. Humph, want to kill me? There's no chance at all. After entering the ground, the demonic man's lips curled into a cold smile. The vines around him seemed to have turned into sharp blade lights, constantly digging into the ground, causing him to instantly disappear on the spot. Earth burrowing technique. This was his way of escaping and saving his life. It was very difficult for ordinary martial artists to catch him. It seemed that this time was the same. Damn brat, don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The demonic man gritted his teeth. He would definitely take revenge for this. He decided that when he met the other party in the second round, he would definitely teach the other party a lesson. But soon he frowned. Then his expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the soil around him suddenly started to churn rapidly. It was as if some powerful demonic beast was charging towards him. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he lock onto my position? The demonic man's expression changed drastically and fear appeared on his face again. Needless to say, this should be the other party's method. But how did the other party find him? In the outside world, Lin Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His martial Tao heavenly eye flickered with a strange rune light. Under the light of the rune light, the ground below even became transparent. Therefore, Lin Xian naturally locked onto the other party. Not only that, he also discovered a few spirit veins in the surroundings and immediately used the power of these spirit veins to surround and kill the demonic man. Chapter 1649. Boom, boom, boom. Countless spiritual veins gathered and formed long dragons. They roared bravely and broke out of the ground. Every spiritual vein shone brightly. It was terrifying. 5 spiritual veins sealed the demonic man and trapped him in the ground. Controlling spiritual veins? Damn it, you are a seeker, soul master. The demonic man screamed in fear. Controlling spiritual veins was a skill that only seeker soul masters had. The demonic man was shocked that the young man in front of him had such a skill. That was because seeker soul masters were a special profession in the East Continent. There were very few of them, and each of them had strange and terrifying strength. Especially in places with large amounts of spiritual veins, those people were terrifying. Therefore, the demonic man's face turned ugly. He had heard of the other party's legend and knew that the other party only wanted subdivine crystals. Therefore, he handed over all the subdivine crystals and supreme grade subdivine crystals in his storage ring. Everything is here. Can you let me go now? The demonic man gritted his teeth and said he did not want to fight with the other party in the first round because there were still the second and third rounds after the first round. At that time, he would meet a true expert. It would be unwise to get injured now. Lin Xian glanced at the number of subdivine crystals on the ground and realized that it was much more than ordinary core disciples. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and kept all the subdivine crystals and the supreme grade subdivine crystals. At the same time, he kept the 5 spiritual vein light pillars. He said slowly, "You can leave now." Humph. The demonic man gritted his teeth and looked deeply at Lin Xian. Then he turned around and left. He swore that he would take revenge for what had happened today. Lin Xian did not care at all. He moved and left the place as well. He came to a safe cave. He checked the subdivine crystals that he had just obtained. He realized that there were a large number of supreme grade subdivine crystals in there. The number was more than the total number of subdivine crystals that he had robbed before. As expected of a lineal disciple, you are indeed rich. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He opened the dragon's sword territory and continued to refine the subdivine crystals. He had to seize the time and break through to become a 3-star king in the first round. On the other side, the demonic man left quickly. He was incomparably frantic in his heart. That was his entire fortune. He couldn't accept the fact that it was snatched away by someone else. Therefore, he decided to learn from Lin Xian and steal other people's subdivinity crystals. Thus, he changed his location and set up an ambush again. Sure enough, after a period of time, he had robbed many people. He also had some divine crystals in his possession. However, they were all ordinary core disciples and were far from being able to make up for his losses. Therefore, he urgently hoped that he could rob a personal disciple to make up for his losses. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely fall behind during this period of time. Someone else is coming. The demonic vine man's expression changed because he sensed that there were people rushing over from afar. And from the looks of it, his aura wasn't very strong. This kind of attire? He's actually a personal disciple of the Spirit Ruin sect. It seems that my luck is not bad. The devil vine man revealed a sinister smile. The other party was wearing the clothes of a personal disciple, but his face was very unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just become a core disciple in the past 10 years. As a veteran personal disciple of the Ziyang sect, he was definitely powerful and would have no problem dealing with the other party. In front, there was indeed a small team of 2 who were rushing over quickly. One of them was a handsome young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was Hong Yu, who he had previously investigated. However, he didn't expect that Hong Yu would also be here and was even a personal disciple of the Lingshu sect. Beside Hong Yu was a young lady. She had an oval face, willowy eyebrows, and black hair that was tied up behind her back. She wore a light blue long dress and looked delicate and cute. The young lady silently followed beside Hong Yu, and her eyes were filled with gentleness. However, Hong Yu frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong? Junior brother Hong, why did you suddenly stop?" the young lady asked curiously. "Senior sister Wang, there's a problem in front," Hong Yu said in a deep voice. Hearing that, the young lady frowned and her expression became extremely serious. She knew Hong Yu's strength. Therefore, if he said that there was a problem, there must be a problem. In front, the demonic vine man who was hiding in the darkness looked anxious. Damn it, why did he stop? Did he find out? Impossible. My demonic vine territory is very harmonious with this forest. Even a personal disciple can't find out. Indeed, even the top prodigies of the three major sects, Dan Feng and the others, could not easily see through his demonic vine territory. However, the appearance of the two people in front at this moment was obviously a little strange. "Humph, insignificant skill. You want to ambush me? You're really courting death." In front, Hong Yu snorted coldly, then his eyes turned. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared in his eyes, and mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared. Buzz! A wisp of faint golden light swept forward. Suddenly the void trembled. In front, the demonic vine territory that was hidden in the dark instantly revealed itself. There's indeed an ambush. The young lady next to him had a grave expression. In the distance, the demonic vine man was even more shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could discover his existence. This was simply too shocking. However, when he saw the other party's golden eyes, his expression immediately turned grave. Damn it, it's actually an eye technique. What kind of eye technique is this? It's actually so terrifying. It can see through my territory so easily. The demonic vine man gritted his teeth and revealed his figure. Since he was discovered by the other party, then there was no need for him to hide. Moreover, he believed that even if the other party's eye technique was powerful in front of true strength, he would completely defeat the other party. Now, half of the time for the first stage had already passed, and he didn't have much time left. It wasn't easy to meet a personal disciple, so he wouldn't give up easily. Oh no, it's actually him. When the young lady in blue saw the demonic vine man, her expression changed drastically, and a hint of paleness appeared on her delicate little face. "Who is he?" Hong Yu asked. He had indeed just become a personal disciple, so he didn't know much about the other sections. Purple Sun Sect's personal disciple, Frenzied, ranked 6th in Purple Sun Sect. Junior brother Hong, fortunately, you have an eye technique and can see through his tracks. Otherwise, if we were to fall into his demonic vine territory, I'm afraid we would be assassinated, the young lady in blue said in a deep voice. Demonic vine territory? Frenzied? Hong Yu narrowed his eyes, releasing a faint golden light. Then the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. "A guy who only knows how to assassinate, I don't think he's that strong. You're courting death." On the opposite side, Frenzied was furious. As a veteran personal disciple, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Therefore he said in a cold voice, "Kid, the two of you obediently hand over your storage rings, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Chapter 1650. He indeed had such confidence. This was because the blue-clothed girl in front of him was not a direct disciple. The 15 or 16-year-old boy was just a new direct disciple. The two of them together were no match for him. The girl in blue's expression changed. He did not rob them of their jade pendants, but of their storage rings. This reminded her of a recent legend. Could it be that you are the mysterious Demon King madman? The girl in blue frowned. She had heard that there was a Demon King madman who specialized in robbing people of their storage rings. She did not expect to meet him. What nonsense are you talking about? I am not a Demon King madman. Su Ziding quickly denied. Although he wanted to rob others, he did not dare to use the name of the Demon King madman. This was because the Demon King madman had attacked the disciples of the three sects, and it was a large-scale attack. I am afraid that the disciples of the three sects want to kill him now. If he admitted that he was the Demon King madman now, those martial artists would not let him go. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to admit it. You are not. The girl in blue was stunned. She did not expect him to shake his head so decisively. On the other hand, Hong Yu sneered, "Senior sister, of course he is not. I think he must have been robbed by the Demon King madman and lost his storage ring. That is why he wants to attack us. I said it, didn't I? I did not expect the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect to be so useless. You are courting death." Su Ziding was furious when he heard the other party's mockery. This was originally his sore spot, but he did not expect it to be exposed at this moment. With a roar, he activated the Devil Vine domain and quickly charged towards Hong Yu and the girl. In the sky, Su Ziding controlled the Devil Vine domain and appeared in the void. In an instant, it enveloped Hong Yu and the girl in blue. In an instant, countless demonic vines in the surroundings started to roll rapidly, forming numerous sharp attacks that shot towards the two of them. As a direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect, Su Ziding's strength was very terrifying. This strike had an extremely shocking momentum. Humph! Hong Yu snorted, and a golden light burst out from his eyes. He grasped the red spear with both hands and quickly thrust it forward. Every strike was like a blood-red bolt of lightning that streaked across the void. Every spear strike successfully pierced through a patch of demonic vines. In an instant, the sky was filled with red spear lights. It was like 10,000 bolts of lightning, extremely dazzling. As for the surrounding demonic tendrils, they simply couldn't get close. No matter how sharp they were all shattered by the red spear light. On the other side, the woman in blue also unleashed a Blue King's domain. Suddenly, an endless amount of seawater appeared behind her, forming a powerful defense. What? How is that possible? Su Ziding's expression was gloomy because Hong Yu's spear technique was too shocking. His opponent's every attack landed on the weak points of his attacks. It could be said that he had used the easiest method to break through his attack. This was too shocking. As a 5-star king, he was extremely powerful, and it was rare for him to meet a match within the same cultivation level. But now his opponent was able to easily break through his attack. Even the Red Phoenix, Ding Peng, and the rest of the 3 great prodigies did not have this kind of ability. Damn it, it's his eye technique. Su Ziding gritted his teeth. He realized that Hong Yu's eyes were emitting a faint golden light. There were mysterious runes shining around them. Obviously, this was a powerful eye technique that he did not know about. It was also this eye technique that saw through his attack. Himfi technique? Then I'll make you unable to see it. Demonic vine flower. Su Ziding roared. Immediately, the surrounding demonic vines rolled and intertwined with each other. Then, on the huge branch, a beautiful flower quickly bloomed. The flower was very small, but it quickly grew bigger. It was like a huge red mountain that appeared in the void. It had 5 petals, each of which was bright red and glistening. At this moment, a red mist bloomed from those petals. It was highly toxic and quickly covered the entire domain. Not good, Junior Brother Hong, be careful, the woman in blue exclaimed and quickly activated her ocean domain. Immediately, merciless seawater gushed out and surrounded her. Sizzle! Sizzle! When the red poisonous gas touched the seawater, it emitted the sound of ice melting. The seawater around the woman in blue also rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was nothing that could be done about it. That blue-clothed woman was not a direct disciple. Compared to Su Ziding, she was much weaker. Therefore, she could not hold on at all. Fortunately, Hongyu was there. He stabbed out with his spear and pierced through the red, poisonous gas, forming a huge black hole. At the same time, he used his king's domain to envelop the woman in blue. A faint golden king's domain appeared. It fought against the red mist. However, the red mist grew more and more. In the end, it filled the entire space. For a moment, no one could see anything with the naked eye. Only the sound of merciless collisions could be heard. "Ha ha! Kid, let's see how you're going to fight this time." In the distance, Su Ziting laughed arrogantly. Then he waved his arm, and countless demonic vines quickly attacked. They were like green divine swords that were extremely sharp. "Humph, how ignorant. Do you think my eye technique is that simple?" Hongyu sneered disdainfully. The faint golden light in his eyes became stronger. The golden light spun quickly and formed a golden tadpole. At the same time, an incomparably mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. Then, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Hongyu's mouth. He clenched the long spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The long spear was like a dragon. It instantly pierced through the void and directly shattered the red demonic flower in the sky. Bang! The red demonic flower was shattered into pieces, and the surrounding red poisonous gas also quickly disappeared in an instant. Not only that, the Golden King's domain released countless rays of light that were like golden sharp swords. They slashed in all directions and quickly destroyed Su Ziting's attack. "What? I can still see it. Damn it, what kind of eye technique is this?" Su Ziting was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's eyes to be so strange. One had to know that the red poisonous gas was not an ordinary poisonous gas. It had a mysterious power that even soul power could not detect. However, his opponent's eyes could clearly capture his position, which made him feel incredulous. Especially when he made contact with his opponent's eyes, he felt his soul shake as if it was about to be sucked in. This made him even more terrified. Damn it, what a strange kid. Su Ziting was going crazy. He had just lost to a mysterious madman, and now he could not even defeat a 15-year-old boy. This was unbearable. Chapter 1651. Su Ziting was driven mad in his heart. He had just been defeated at the hands of a mysterious madman. Now he could not even beat a 15 or 16-year-old youth. This made him unable to bear it. However, those golden eyes were simply too terrifying. It made his heart palpitate with fear. If they continued fighting, he might be defeated. Therefore, he did not dare to fight at all. Waving his hand, the devil vine domain rapidly shrank, enveloping him in the end. "Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Su Ziting's shoes carried the devil vine domain, turning into a ray of green light, instantly rushing into the distance. "Humph! Consider yourself running fast." Hongyu also snorted coldly, withdrawing the golden domain. At the same time, the mysterious runes in his eyes also gradually disappeared. On the other side, the girl in blue completely heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, she was very surprised. Although she knew that Hongyu had special ocular arts, she did not expect that he could defeat the other party so easily. After all, the other party was the Purple Sun sect, ranked 6th personal disciple. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, this made her feel like she was dreaming. While on the other side, Lin Xian was on the road again. This time, he robbed a few personal disciples again, obtaining rich battle results. However, it caused a terrifying sensation. For a moment, the news of personal disciples being robbed rapidly spread in the forest. After everyone learned about it, they were extremely shocked. It can't be, right? Even personal disciples were robbed? Damn it, how is this possible? Who in the world is it to actually be so terrifying? Personal disciples are all 5-star kings, right? Who in the world is it to be so powerful? Don't know. I heard that that person did not just make a move against one sect. The personal disciples of the 3 great sects were all robbed. Damn! Who in the world is it? Too ferocious. Really want to meet him. No matter who it is, he's dead for sure this time. Indeed, right now, the personal disciples of the three great sects are all on the move, frantically searching for that person. Not just personal disciples. I heard that Dan Feng, Ding Peng, and Xiao Cheng, the three great geniuses, are also on the move. What? Even those three people are on the move too? Everyone was shocked, discussing animatedly. No choice, this matter was seriously too shocking. They never thought that a powerhouse would actually appear out of nowhere, making a move against the genius disciples of the three great sections. This was an attempt to humiliate the three great sects. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause the three great sects to lose face. Those personal disciples were indeed on the move. They were frantically searching for the entire New Forest. Even Dan Feng and the other two were searching for him. However, none of them managed to find it. Lin Xian hid his identity when he took action, so no one knew that it was Lin Xian who did it. Moreover, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely powerful. He was able to evade everyone's probing, and he was able to specifically target personal disciples who were alone. There's a duo! In the forest, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, seeing that there were only two people around. He prepared to make his move. His entire body was like a shooting star, rushing forward at high speed. His incredible speed tore through the void as he charged forward with unparalleled power. The two warriors in front of him suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Courting death!" However, the only thing that answered them was a violent fist. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. An incomparably pitch-black enormous fist was like a flood dragon. It was brilliant and overbearing as it quickly blasted forward. Boom! Quickly retreat. Among them, the white-clothed woman's figure was like lightning as she quickly retreated into the distance. As for the other person, he stood in place and did not move at all. After one strike, the ground caved in and wounds were everywhere. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because he discovered that the black-robed man did not receive any injuries at all. A little interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party, curiously. It was a black-robed youth. His face was handsome, but his eyes carried a trace of coldness. In the distance was a white-clothed woman with a beautiful face. They were the mysterious brother and sister pair. "Who are you? You actually dare to attack us, brother and sister?" The black-robed man's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Xian. At the side, the white-clothed woman also sized up curiously. She didn't expect that someone would actually have the guts to attack the brother and sister pair. One had to know that their king's domain was very special. Other than Ding Peng and the other two geniuses, the other direct disciples did not dare to fight with them. But now, someone actually dared to attack them. It was really surprising. "Are you very famous?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Then he said indifferently, "Hand over your storage rings, and I'll let you leave safely." "What? Hand over our storage rings?" The brother and sister pair were stunned, then laughed wildly. "You're the Demon King madman that's been rumored recently, right? I didn't expect that you would dare to attack us. We were just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you rob the disciples of the Purple Sun sect? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Purple Sun sect." The mysterious brother and sister pair laughed coldly. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The azure dragon mask on his face flashed with a cold light. "I advise you not to be arrogant. The direct disciples that I met before were as arrogant as you, but in the end they all lost. So you should obediently hand over your storage rings. That way you can avoid some physical pain. Kid, you're too arrogant. We're different from those direct disciples." "What's the difference?" Lin Xian did not think much of it. You dare to look down on us? You're asking for death." The lady in white snorted coldly. her eyes filled with murderous intent. The black-robed man was even more arrogant. "Kid, today I'll end you." As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from the black-robed man's body. Like a demon king, he looked down on everyone. In the next moment, he charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. "Purple Sun Fist!" the black-robed man roared. Terrifying energy surged from his body, and a purple fist quickly punched out. Instantly, purple light covered the sky and attacked like a tsunami. The void was like a painting, constantly trembling as if it would crack open at any moment. The purple fist was like a purple sun, extremely dazzling and terrifying. "Good timing," Lin Xian roared. Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. He was currently practicing the Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. Naturally, he was not afraid of fighting. Plus, the stronger his opponent was, the happier he was. He waved his fists. The sky was filled with flashing black fist shadows, forming a divine light. The intertwining black dragon shadows quickly rushed forward. Boom! The two collided and a huge explosion occurred. However, the black-robed man was very strange. His body seemed to have turned into nothingness. He directly passed through the violent energy and charged towards Lin Xian. Chapter 1652. However, the black-robed man was very strange. His body seemed to have turned into nothingness as he passed through the violent energy and charged towards Lin Xian. "What's going on?" Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the black-robed man appear beside him in an instant. However, he still threw out a punch subconsciously. Boom! This punch was very violent. If it landed on the black-robed man, even a 5-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the black-robed man was not affected at all. In fact, Lin Xian felt as if his punch had landed on air. The black-robed man's body was completely illusory. An afterimage? Lin Xian frowned. However, the black-robed man revealed a sinister look. He raised his palm again and threw out another punch. Suddenly, the void trembled. The purple fist was like a purple sun. It was filled with intense energy as it blasted towards Lin Xian. "It's not an afterimage." Lin Xian was shocked. His pupils constricted. If it was an afterimage, it would not have been possible to attack. Moreover, the black-robed man's fist was too powerful. He could only quickly put up a defense. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Behind him, the dragon's sword realm shone brightly. Countless sword chi intertwined and formed a huge azure dragon shield in front of him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. A terrifying shockwave exploded. This punch directly pushed Lin Xian back. However, the Azure Dragon Divine Shield was extremely powerful. It absorbed most of the power, so Lin Xian did not suffer any injuries. However, the black-robed man charged towards him again. Lin Xian used the apocalyptic Black Dragon fist to fight with him. However, no matter how terrifying his fist was, it did not cause any damage to the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man seemed to be illusory and transparent. It's useless. You can't hit me at all." The black-robed man laughed maniacally. He waved his fists and pushed Lin Xian back again. "Kid, it's useless no matter how strong you are. You can only lose in front of us. You want to rob us with your little strength? You two are ridiculous. Today is the day you die." The woman in white also laughed and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. She pulled out a thin red sword and quickly slashed forward. The red sword light soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire void shook as the resplendent sword light soared into the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his fists and unleashed 2 black dragons, which quickly rushed out to resist the red sword chi that filled the sky. However, something strange happened again. The white-clothed woman was also extremely strange. His body suddenly became transparent, as if he were air. He ignored the black dragon's attack and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Her entire body and the long sword in her hand turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning, quickly thrusting over. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The long sword vibrated, and streaks of red sword light turned into terrifying sharp blades, ruthlessly chopping towards Lin Xian. It's the same situation again. Lin Xian frowned, and his face darkened. He unleashed a vast expanse of fist shadows towards his opponent. At the same time, his body swayed as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge the sword chi that filled the sky. Hee, it's useless. The white-clothed woman sneered disdainfully, not caring at all. Sure enough, those violent fists did not cause any harm to her. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian's face darkened. He realized that this pair of brother and sister were too strange. You can't escape. On the opposite side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman had no intention of stopping and quickly charged towards him. The two of them carried terrifying attacks as they fought Lin Xian. The battle erupted, but the siblings' bodies turned illusory from time to time, and they were not attacked at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian was under increasing pressure. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision occurred. The mysterious siblings dodged the attack, but Lin Xian was the one who was pushed back 1,000 meters. Kid, if this is all you have, then you can die. The black-clothed man snorted disdainfully. The white-clothed woman also laughed coquettishly. Demon King madman? You're nothing in front of us siblings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He realized that the other party was too strange, so he used his martial path heavenly eye to see everything clearly. Buzz! Lin Xian's eyes became incomparably deep, and mysterious runes flickered at the same time. Then he pointed out a finger. Void, shattering finger! Like a dragon, it instantly pierced through the black-clothed man. However, it did not cause any effect. It's useless. You don't have to struggle anymore. Your attacks can't hurt us at all. The black-clothed man did not dodge at all. He shook his head and sneered. Lin Xian acted as if he did not hear it. He continued to attack the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman. At the same time, the martial path heavenly eye in his eyes burst out a bright light. Gradually, he found a clue. There was an energy connection between the two of them. He realized that when the black-clothed man's body turned transparent and dodged the attack, the white-clothed woman could not do the same. Therefore, the white-clothed woman could only dodge. And when the white-clothed woman ignored the attack, the black-clothed man dodged. In other words, the two of them could not ignore the attack at the same time. When he realized this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He did not know how the other party did it, but since he found a flaw, the other party was not invincible. At this time, the black-clothed man in front of him said coldly, "All right, kid, the game is over. Now you can go to hell obediently. I wonder if the disciples of the 3 sects will be grateful to us for killing a demon king like you." The white-clothed woman released a murderous aura. She held a red thin sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, "The two of you are just SOSO. Watch how I break your cultivation techniques now." What, just SOSO? The mysterious siblings were stunned, then sneered disdainfully. "Kid, I think water has entered your brain. What an idiot. Even now, you still think you can hurt us?" The two of them snorted disdainfully because no one had ever been able to break their techniques. "Since you are so stubborn, I'll send you to hell. Purple sun splits the sky." The black-clothed man snorted coldly. In his palm, a purple sun quickly appeared, blooming with bright light. Then he quickly charged toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the white-clothed woman also shouted, "Sword slashes the mountains and rivers." Streaks of red sword chi flew out like flying meteors, carrying with them a powerful force. The two killer moves quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a long roar and circulated the power in his body to the maximum. He opened his fists wide, and his whole person was like a god of war, unstoppable. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. A terrifying fist technique appeared. His fist swung and completely shattered the void. The black fist was like a black dragon and as heavy as a mountain. It violently collided with the two killer moves. Clang! The energy explosion swept out in all directions. The black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman instantly came to Lin Xian's side. They quickly attacked again from both sides. Chapter 1653. Heavenly Dragons, 8 Steps. In the next moment, a golden Tao pattern appeared under Lin Xian's feet. His speed was extremely fast, and he dodged the attacks of the two people in an instant. He charged towards the two people at the same time. The black fist was crystal clear as it charged towards the woman in white. "It's useless." The woman in white sneered, and her body instantly became transparent. However, at this moment, the black-robed man beside her let out an angry roar, because he realized that Lin Xian was attacking him at the same time. That black fist had already arrived in front of her. Damn it! How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked. Wasn't the other party attacking his sister? How could he be in front of him? That fist was too terrifying. It carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, causing him to feel pain all over his body. If he was hit by that fist, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Therefore, without thinking, his body immediately became transparent. Whoosh! The terrifying fist passed through the black-robed man's body and hit the void. Immediately, the black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he dodged the fist at the critical moment. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly, because not far away, the woman in white let out a scream and fell down like a meteor. Boom! The woman in white was like a kite with a broken string. Her entire body was extremely pale, and she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At the last moment, she was hit by Lin Xian's black dragon fist and was severely injured. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked and could not believe it. Wasn't the other party attacking him? Why is the woman in white injured? No. Damn it. I don't believe it. The black-robed man went crazy. His body swayed, and he came to the side of the woman in white. "Sister, are you all right?" The black-robed man quickly took out some pills and healed the woman in white. At the same time, he quickly asked, "What's going on? Why are you injured?" "He was clearly attacking me." "No, he was attacking me," the woman in white said weakly. Her eyes were filled with shock. Originally, she could have dodged the punch. However, at the last moment, the black-robed man's body turned into nothingness, causing her to be completely exposed to the black dragon fist. That was why she was severely injured. Hearing the woman in white's words, the black-robed man's expression turned ugly. "What? We were both attacked? Damn it, that's impossible. How did he do it?" They really couldn't understand how the other party had managed to injure them. The siblings' domains were very special. They were able to switch between illusory and corporeal with each other, which was why they were able to avoid attacks. However, between the siblings, only one of them could immaterialize at a time. The two of them couldn't do it at the same time. This was their only flaw. However, no one noticed this flaw. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to counterattack. This was because the brother and sister were both personal disciples, and their cultivations were both 5-star kings. Their strength was horrifying, and their speed was even faster. They could switch between illusion and reality with just a thought. No matter how fast people of the same level were, they would not be able to catch up to their speed. Only Ding Peng and the other 2 geniuses could defeat them. Other than that, even if the other personal disciples discovered an opening, they would not be able to launch a counterattack in terms of speed. And now, this mysterious young man had done it. They couldn't believe it. They even suspected that the mysterious man in front of them might be one of the 3 geniuses of Ding Peng. Damn it, who the hell are you? How can you be so fast? The white-robed woman gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't think that only the 3 geniuses have such speed. Don't be so arrogant. I will never let you off. The black-robed man also gritted his teeth and roared. The brother and sister had always been arrogant. Other than the 3 geniuses, they didn't care about anyone else. But now they were actually injured by a nameless person. This was intolerable. Therefore, they had to kill this kid in front of them to vent the hatred in their hearts. On the other side, the white-robed woman also took out a red pill and quickly swallowed it. Her injuries immediately healed by more than half. It was obvious that this was an extremely precious healing medicine. Kid, how dare you injure me? Today, I will make you pay a painful price. The white-robed woman's face was pale, and her voice was filled with dense, killing intent. The black-robed man said, Sister, let's put some distance between us. I don't believe that this kid can be faster than us. The white-robed woman also nodded. Then a light flashed behind them, and a huge territory quickly surged out, enveloping the entire space. This territory was very special. It was actually transparent. It directly blended into the void, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. This time, the 2 of them changed their strategy. The black-robed man attacked, while the white-robed woman attacked from afar. The 2 of them joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. The black-robed man roared and attacked first. His palms quickly formed a seal, and an extremely dazzling light appeared in the sky. Purple sun splits the sky. A purple sun appeared, flickering with purple light. Then it jumped out of the black-robed man's palm. In the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded and floated in the sky. It was like a real sun, and its flames soared into the sky. Its divine power was vast and mighty. Kill! The black-robed man roared and pushed the large purple sun downward. Boom, boom, boom. The purple sun swayed, making tsunami-like sounds. It shook the void, and the surrounding mountains and earth quickly cracked open. In an instant, the purple sun arrived in front of Lin Xian and pressed down hard. Armageddon, Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered, and his body was incomparably fierce. He used the incomparably violent Armageddon, Black Dragon Fist. Boom! His fists were like dragons, and they fiercely slammed into the purple sun. Suddenly, an earth-shattering vibration was heard, and it was like a sharp sword that tore through the sky. Black cracks started to appear in the void due to this power. This punch was too terrifying. It carried an incomparably violent aura, and it directly shattered the purple sun into pieces. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man who wanted to attack was shocked when he saw this scene. This was too unexpected. His attack had actually been directly shattered by someone. This was probably something only Ding Peng and the other 2 prodigies could do. Could it be that this is really one of them? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. As he spoke, the violent and destructive aura on his body skyrocketed again. He was like an angry dragon roaring in the sky. Thunderbolt Dragon. With a roar, countless violent auras suddenly surged out, condensing into 2 huge black dragons that circled in the sky. Not only that, but the sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts fell. Then, one of the black dragons charged toward the black-robed man. Chapter 1654. Not only that, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts descended. Then, one of the black dragons charged towards the black-robed man. Illusory transformation. The black-robed man's pupils constricted as he roared. The power was too great, and he could not withstand it at all. He could only use his ultimate skill to turn his body into an illusory state to dodge the attack. Anyway, His sister had already retreated to a safe distance. He would definitely not let something like the last time happen again. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Then his body swayed. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. With one step, Lin Xian's entire body turned into lightning, and he was extremely fast. Not only that, he also carried another black dragon and endless black lightning and quickly rushed towards the woman in white. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of the woman in white. Immediately, the black dragon and black lightning all landed on the woman in white. What? Seeing this scene, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Damn it! He roared and gave up on turning his body into an illusory state, giving the opportunity to the woman in white. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 black dragons exploded, and 2 huge black holes appeared in the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. This scene was extremely terrifying, and all the martial artists in the forest felt it. For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw the 2 pitch-black black holes, they were immediately shocked. What a terrifying energy storm! Who's doing it? Judging from the aura, it's at least a direct disciple, and it's in the top 5. Why do I feel like it's Ding Peng and the other 2 prodigies? Exclamations sounded one after another. Obviously, the 2 black holes terrified everyone. Let's go and take a look. Many people moved. Among them, there was no lack of direct disciples. In the forest, Ding Peng, Xiaocheng, and Dan Feng also raised their heads and looked at the sky. They immediately frowned. The 3 of them snorted coldly and also moved, flying in the direction of the black holes. For a moment, countless rays of light lit up the sky, and all of them flew in the same direction. Soon, they all arrived near the black holes. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck and could not believe it. Not only that, their hearts were beating wildly, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. The reason for that was because 2 enormous craters had appeared before them. Within each of the craters lay a figure. This kind of scene was not unfamiliar to him. After all, it would appear after every battle. However, what shocked them were the 2 figures below. F***CK. Aren't they Huanling and Huanling from the Purple Sun sect? That's right. They are ranked in the top 3 among the direct disciples. How could he have been injured? Could it be that Ding Peng and the other 2 geniuses have made their move? That can't be. Normally, people of this level wouldn't go all out in the first round. Cries of surprise could be heard. As for the personal disciples in the crowd, their expressions were even more serious. They were well aware of the strength and means of the phantom siblings. The kind of divine ability that could switch between real and false gave the majority of personal disciples an incomparable headache. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to fight with them. But now, Huanling and Huanling were actually seriously injured. This was really unbelievable. Who on earth is it? How could they have such means? Could it be that the 3 heavens' favorites have made their moves? Everyone was extremely puzzled. However, at this time, someone cried out in surprise. Look, Ding Peng and the rest of the 3 heavens' favorites have arrived. Sure enough, the void fluctuated. 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was precisely Ding Peng, Xiaocheng, and Dan Feng, 3 people. The moment these 3 people appeared, they also furrowed their brows, because the scene before their eyes made them similarly shocked. You guys made a move? The 3 people asked each other, but the next moment, the 3 people shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were even more stunned. Looks like it was not the 3 heavens' favorites who made a move. Then who on earth possessed such heaven-defying divine ability? To be able to defeat the phantom siblings? Ding Peng asked in a solemn voice, Who injured you guys? It's that Demon King. Below, the black-robed man said with difficulty. Until now, a hint of deep horror surfaced in his eyes. That scene previously was seriously too shocking. He and his sister were both attacked. This made him unable to believe it. However, what made him feel at ease was that the other party did not deal a killing blow to the two of them. They only injured the two of them and took away their storage rings. However, these words were akin to a clap of thunder in the ears of the surrounding martial artists, exploding with a loud bang. Demon King? What? It's that Demon King again. Damn it, he actually made a move again. Who the hell is that person? He's too strong. He can even defeat the Phantom siblings? Could it be that his strength is no weaker than the three Heaven's favorites? For a moment, everyone's scalp went numb, and they were even terrified, because when they thought that there was a powerful Demon King hidden in the Hidden Moon Forest, they even had the urge to escape. At this time, Dan Feng also asked in a solemn voice, "Who is that Demon King? Do you know?" "I don't know. That person is wearing a black robe and an azure dragon mask on his face, blocking all detection. We don't know who he is at all." The woman in white also gritted her teeth and said, the brother and sister were seriously injured. At this moment, they were swallowing medicinal pills to heal their injuries while answering Dan Feng's question. "Does that person have any form or characteristics, such as cultivation method or something?" Ding Peng asked again. At the same time, he took out 2 healing pills from his storage ring and threw them to the Phantom siblings in front of him. "Thank you, Senior Brother Ding." The Phantom siblings took the medicinal pills, quickly swallowed them, and then said, "Although we don't know the identity of that person, he seems to have used a very violent fist technique. That fist technique is very easy to recognize. It has a violent and destructive aura when used. Not only that, between the fist shadows, there are also black dragon shadows. It should be a very profound fist technique." The woman in white also quickly said. At this moment, the personal disciples who had been robbed earlier began to chime in one after another. "That's right, it's that kind of fist technique. It's too violent, as if it can destroy everything. Yes, he also has a unique skill, that is, he can instantly shoot out 2 black dragons, and there are also black lightning descending. It's very terrifying." Information came out one after another, and the surrounding people were shocked. They now vowed that as long as they encountered such a person in the forest, they would immediately turn around and leave. They absolutely did not dare to meet him. Meanwhile, Ding Peng, Xiaocheng, and Dan Feng were frowning too. Since Ling Su and his sister had also lost, they were afraid that the other personal disciples were not that person's opponent. Perhaps only the 3 of them could defeat the other party. However, it was unknown whether the other party would find the 3 of them to fight. Chapter 1655. At the same time, in a hidden cave, Lin Xian was holding 2 storage rings with a smile on his face. These were the storage rings of the mysterious siblings. One had to admit that the storage rings of the 2 siblings were very rich, even richer than the storage rings of ordinary personal disciples. There were a large number of supreme-grade, subdivine crystals inside, which made Lin Xian very happy. He used the Dragon Sword realm and quickly absorbed them. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. His cultivation was also increasing rapidly, and he was now only a step away from becoming a 3-star king. However, he could not break through. Not enough. I need to fight again. Lin Xian calculated the time. There was only 1 day left before the end of the first stage. He had to find a personal disciple and fight again. As long as he could get some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, he would be able to break through and become a 3-star king. Once he became a 3-star king, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. His battle strength would increase greatly. In this way, he would have a certain level of strength in this vast eastern wasteland. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he moved again. This time he was looking for a personal disciple while flying towards the mountain range in the distance. This was because he had to reach that mountain peak at the stipulated time tomorrow. Otherwise, he would fail. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss this opportunity. However, He did not find many people along the way. He thought that those people were all flying towards the mountain peak. This was indeed the case. It was already the last day. Basically, those who had the strength had formed a complete jade pendant. At this moment, they were flying towards the mountain peak. Those who had lost their jade pendants were lying in ambush near the mountain peak, wanting to launch a final counterattack. Therefore, there were not many people in most places in this forest. Moreover, there was another reason. It was the scene of the siblings being defeated 2 days ago. It was too shocking. It made everyone tremble in fear. They did not dare to stay in this forest any longer, afraid that they would meet the Demon King Madman. This made Lin Xian somewhat depressed. This was because if he did not meet other personal disciples, he would not be able to break through to become a 3-star king. Therefore, along the way, he quickly spread out his soul power, forming a carpet search. There are sounds of fighting ahead. After flying for half a day, Lin Xian finally discovered a trace of movement. Instantly, his face was filled with ecstasy as he sped up. The view in front of him opened up, and the trees gradually became sparse. Instead, it was surrounded by mountains, and there was even a large silver waterfall flowing down. The sound of the flowing water was like a thunderclap, deafening to the ears. Not only that, but there was also an intense battle taking place near the waterfall. However, the two sides of the battle were a little strange. It wasn't the disciples of the 3 sects fighting. It was a battle between a man and a beast. It was a green-robed man. His eyes were like lightning, and his face was sharp as a knife. His entire being was incomparably fierce. On his body, it was surrounded by sharp saber lights, each of which was as sharp as a heavenly saber. It was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was a terrifying demon king. Its entire body was covered in blue scales. Its body was the size of a small mountain, and its head was the size of a house. Not only that, but his body also carried a monstrous killing intent, causing more than half of the void to distort. At this moment, the two of them were fighting, and terrifying waves of air swept in all directions. When Lin Xian got closer, he noticed that there was a half-meter tall plant behind the blue monster. The purple leaves were crystal clear, and a 7-petaled flower bloomed. There were 7 or 8 purple fruits on top of it. Arhut, divine fruit! Lin Xian was extremely shocked because it was a rare spirit fruit. It was rarely seen, and he didn't expect to see it here. No wonder the green-robed man wanted to fight with the blue monster. He probably wanted to obtain the Arhut divine fruit as well. Moreover, the green-robed man was no stranger to Lin Xian. He was the top genius of the Purple Sun sect, Dingpeng. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of Dingpeng and the blue monster. The monster's eyes were ferocious as it roared angrily. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with this new human and wanted to scare him away. On the other side, Dingpeng frowned. A black robe and a green dragon mask. You should be the crazy demon king that's been rumored recently. Dingpeng sneered. Kid, you actually dared to attack a disciple of the Purple Sun sect. How audacious. Since we've met now, I'll kill you myself. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't expect to meet a top genius so soon. Dingpeng's strength was indeed outstanding, far surpassing the other personal disciples. However, since they had met, Lin Xian didn't plan to leave. Since the other party was his senior brother, he should have more supreme-grade, subdivine crystals. If he could obtain the other party's storage ring, he could definitely break through to become a 3-star king. I didn't expect it to be you. Since we've met, let's have a go. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. What? Dingpeng was indeed a little surprised. He snorted. Kid, no matter who you are, your courage is indeed surprising. However, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you're so great just because you defeated the Phantom siblings. To tell you the truth, other than Xiao, Cheng, and Dan Feng, no one dares to attack me. However, Even Xiao Cheng and Dan Feng are no match for me. So you dared to challenge me. That's your biggest mistake. Cut the crap. Whether it's a mistake or not, we'll know in a battle. Lin Xian shook his head indifferently and said, "Let's go to the other side, so as not to destroy the Arhut divine fruit." "Up to you. Since you want to choose your own grave, I'll fulfill your wish." Ding Peng shrugged indifferently. He had strong confidence. This time, he came with the intention of entering the wavering light, sacred land. Moreover, he was very confident in himself. Even Dan Feng and Xiao Cheng, who were equally famous as him, were no match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest among all the warriors this time. Although the Demon King Madman on the opposite side had defeated many personal disciples, he didn't take them seriously. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and flew into the distance. Very soon he arrived at a forest. This place was some distance away from that Arhut divine fruit. Even if they fought fiercely, they probably could not hurt that place too. Chosen the grave? Behind, Ding Peng followed unhurriedly, a hint of a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. So much crap. But Lin Xian gave a cold snort. Courting death. Let me see just what means you have. Ding Peng was greatly enraged. He never thought that the other party actually dared to berate him. One had to know. Even Dan Feng and Xiao Cheng did not dare to be so rude to him. The next instant his figure swayed, his entire person charging over swiftly like lightning. Chapter 1656. In the next moment his figure flickered, and he charged over like lightning. In the blink of an eye he was in front of Lin Xian. At the same time his arm vibrated rapidly. He did not pull out his long saber. Instead he used another terrifying technique. His 5 fingers formed a claw with mysterious runes surrounding it. Suddenly, 5 terrifying claw shadows appeared. Each of them was several meters long and had a deep purple color. On top of it, there were mysterious runes revolving around it. Otherwise, there would be lightning flashing around them and emitting a terrifying aura. Purple Demon Claw. As soon as the terrifying palm appeared, it was immediately filled with a terrifying aura. At the same time, there was also a shocking amount of power. Perhaps even a 5-star king would not be able to resist this claw. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and punched out. Boom! The two collided and the void exploded. Countless storms swept in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his hand, and the huge claw was also pushed back. Interesting. No wonder you could injure so many personal disciples. I have to say, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. Ding Peng was extremely surprised, and he sized up Lin Xian again. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. It was far beyond his expectations. Looking at his strength, he was not weak even among 5-star kings. However, he had no chance of winning against him. In the next moment, Ding Peng sneered and waved his huge palm again, quickly slapping over. The purple demon claw bloomed with light and quickly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sky. Above it, lightning flashed and rumbled. It was as if a purple cloud had completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! 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 The purple demon claw had not descended yet, but the lightning on it mercilessly struck down. One by one, they interweaved in the air, forming an electric net. It was powerful and terrifying, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's response was very simple. He punched out. At this moment, his fist was comparable to a treasure. It was powerful and terrifying. The purple lightning net was instantly torn apart by the fist. Not only that, the fist silhouettes that filled the sky interweaved with one another and rapidly shot upward. Fight against me? You overestimate yourself. Ding Peng coldly snorted and clapped his hands. Immediately, the black, cloud-like, demonic claw in the sky rapidly descended. The demonic claws covered the sky and covered the earth. This kind of powerful attack was suffocating. Most likely, other than Dan Feng and Xiao Cheng, none of the other personal disciples would be able to stand against him. However, the result exceeded Ding Peng's expectations. The black fist rose into the air and instantly slammed into the purple demonic claw. Ka ka ka! The purple demonic claw couldn't withstand the pressure and let out a low groan. Then it was covered with cracks. On the other hand, Lin Xian's fist shone brightly, and its power did not diminish. Pum! In the next moment, the purple demonic claw split apart. What? Ding Peng's pupils shrank, and he retracted his hand in disbelief. Streams of blood flowed between his fingers, and his face was pitch black. His opponent had actually broken through his attack. This was simply too unbelievable. What a powerful fist! Damn it, what kind of fist technique is this? His expression was uncertain, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was full of confidence previously and didn't take the other party seriously at all. But now he actually suffered a loss in the other party's hands and was even injured. This made his face burn, as if he had been slapped in public. Good. Kid, I didn't expect that I underestimated you. Ding Peng was so angry that he laughed. But next, I will let you know my true strength, and you will die in despair. Snorting coldly again, Ding Peng's black hair danced wildly, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a demon king, waving his palms rapidly, forming a strange trajectory. If there were other martial artists present, they would definitely exclaim in shock, because what the other party used was a purple sun sect's ultimate skill. Void Heaven Palm. A purple sun appeared in Ding Peng's palm. It spun rapidly, emitting a monstrous aura. This was a purple sun sect's ultimate skill, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, in the hands of Ding Peng, it was even more powerful. That purple sun seemed very real. Although it wasn't big, the aura emitted from it was probably something that a 5-star king couldn't withstand. In fact, it had already surpassed the power of a 5-star king. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He let out a low shout, and immediately his entire body released spiritual energy. Waves of destructive aura quickly surged out. It fought against the purple light in front of him. Boom! In fact, the two of them didn't even make a move, but the terrifying aura clashed rapidly in the air. A thunderous sound was heard. Cracks were even torn in the void. On the opposite side, the purple sun was held in Ding Peng's hand, emitting an ocean-like energy. Not only that, the weight was extremely terrifying. Even the void under Ding Peng's feet was distorted. One could only imagine how terrifying this purple sun was. Kill! With a cold shout, Ding Peng's palm fell. Immediately, the purple sun began to descend. Boom! The sky collapsed in an instant. The purple sun was incomparable. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. That kind of power was probably something that even a 6-star king would have to avoid. The surrounding mountains and forests collapsed in an instant. Countless cracks that were thousands of miles long appeared on the ground. There was nothing that could resist this kind of power. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He knew that the other party was definitely a powerful opponent. However, he wasn't afraid. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been afraid of anyone. Now it was the same. At this moment, light bloomed in his body. The great dragon sword soul circulated rapidly, and the destructive and violent aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. The black aura even turned into flames that burned fiercely, intertwining to form a black dragon that circled around his body. He waved his fists, and endless fist shadows flashed. The black dragon on his body became more solid, as if it had traveled through time and space. In the end, the black scales on it were even lifelike, as if a real dragon had been reborn. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. The black dragon on his body and the great dragon, sword soul in his body, roared at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was filled with power. The dragon sword soul in his body surged, and dragon qi surrounded his body. At this moment, with Lin Xian as the center, powerful energy fluctuations rolled out like waves, sweeping in all directions. Thunderbolt Dragon! Lin Xian shouted as he waved his fists, executing the first killing move of the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Immediately, a violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows turned into black dragons that roared and charged forward. This was a top Earth-grade martial blood, coupled with Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 16, 57. A violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows transformed into black dragons that roared and charged forward. This was a top-tier Earth-grade martial bloodline, coupled with Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. This power had also surpassed that of a 5-star king. In fact, even a 6-star king might not be able to contend against it. The black dragons fought against the purple sun. In the next moment, the two collided, erupting with an incomparable light. The entire sky was illuminated in an instant. The berserk aura swept out in all directions like the waves of the sea. At this moment, the area within 100 miles was filled with violent energy flows. Countless mountains and trees were uprooted from the ground. Dozens of huge black holes appeared in the sky. They were like giant beasts in the abyss. The ground sank as if there was a huge earthquake. This attack was extremely terrifying. After dozens of collisions, the purple sun was on the verge of collapse. Then it exploded. Violent energy swept through heaven and earth. The two black dragons roared and soared into the sky. At this moment, the void sky solar palm was defeated. Puff! Ding Peng also vomited blood on the spot as his body flew backward. His palms drooped down weakly, and his entire body was severely injured. There was a loud boom. He landed on the ground like a meteor. Lin Xian stood in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His black robe trembled, and the azure dragon mask emitted a cold light. At this moment, he was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. Ah! Below, Ding Peng roared angrily. The huge rocks around him exploded in an instant. An entire place turned into nothingness. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was dripping with blood, but his eyes were abnormally cold. Not only that, but his handsome face was also incomparably ferocious. He was angry. He was really angry. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength had reached the peak of 5-star king realm. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this time he came to participate in the Holy Land selection with the confidence that he would definitely win. It could be said that no one among the disciples of the 3 sects could compare to him. But now he had actually been defeated. In fact, it was not that he was careless. Instead, he was defeated when he used his sect's ultimate technique. His opponent's fist was stronger than his, and his opponent's strength was even crazier than his. That destructive aura almost tore his body apart. This kind of scene was something that he had never imagined before. Therefore, he could not accept it at all. With a furious roar, he quickly took out several pills from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he circulated his spiritual energy, and the bones in his body began to crackle. In an instant, all the broken bones were reconnected. However, even so, the wounds on his body quickly healed. His entire body emitted an incomparably resplendent purple light. "Brat, how dare you injure me? Die!" At this moment, Ding Peng was like a crazed beast, abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and instantly arrived below like a bolt of lightning. Not only that, he even raised his foot and stomped towards Ding Peng. Suddenly, a huge foot of light was formed. It was as sharp as a mountain, and it pressed down quickly. You are courting death. Scram! Ding Pong was enraged and roared madly. As a direct disciple, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? The other party actually used the sole of his foot to stomp on him? This really made him mad. With a furious roar, two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like two sharp blades that slashed forward fiercely. The sharp blade light ruthlessly slashed on the huge foot, emitting a sonorous sound. The flames were like lightning, shaking heaven and earth. The gigantic foot of light was blocked, and Ding Pong took advantage of this opportunity to appear in another location. Brat die! He roared madly. At this moment he used all his strength. No matter who the other party was, he had to kill him. With a sonorous sound, the long blade at his waist was pulled out. Then his arm swayed, and a ray of light quickly slashed out. Whoosh! The ray of light was like a purple divine rainbow. It was extremely dazzling, and a terrifying, murderous aura soared into the sky. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. He was like a ghost, constantly changing his position, and his speed was extremely fast. The sharp blade light that filled the sky brushed past him and did not hit him at all. Even if they hit him, they were all afterimages. This made Ding Pong even angrier. With a furious roar, light flickered behind him, and a huge domain instantly enveloped the entire space. I don't believe it. No matter how fast you are, what can you do? In my domain, you have no way to survive. Ding Pong gritted his teeth, and a murderous aura bloomed all over his body. To be honest, he was too shocked. The other party's fist was extremely terrifying and powerful, which made him very shocked. However, the other party's speed was even more strange, and it was extremely fast. In fact, it was even faster than his blade light. This made him unable to do anything to the other party for a while. Thus, he unleashed his domain and completely enveloped the entire space. Seeing that the other party was enveloped, Ding Pong revealed a sinister smile. In this domain, he was the king, and he dominated everything. No matter how fast the other party was, he could not escape. Haha, brat, go to hell! Boom! Boom! The divine blade domain trembled rapidly, emitting a tsunami-like sound that shook the void. Inside, countless blade lights flickered. They were like streaks of divine red that crisscrossed within. Kill! Ding Pong roared angrily, and immediately, thousands of blade lights slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire space was filled with murderous intent. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon's sword domain also appeared behind him. The green domain enveloped him, and countless sword chi also flew out to fight against the blade lights that filled the sky. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and every strike tore through the sky. However, Ding Peng's expression did not look good. The reason for that was because his saber lights were actually blocked. One had to know that this was really too unbelievable. His divine blade domain was extremely terrifying. Any blade light could kill a 5-star king. At this moment, even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the mysterious young man opposite him actually blocked it, and from the looks of it, it was effortless. This made him extremely shocked. Damn it, who is this kid? Ding Pong was extremely shocked. He realized that the other party's methods were too strange. Not only did he have incomparably powerful strength and terrifying speed, but he also had such a terrifying domain. The aura on those rays of light even surpassed his divine blade domain. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ding Pong shook his head frantically. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his combat strength was even comparable to some disciples of the sacred grounds. It could be said that he was very powerful. Therefore, he did not believe that the other party could defeat him. Divine Blade Birth! Finally, Ding Pong roared angrily. The divine blade domain trembled, and the purple blade lights that filled the sky quickly intertwined and gathered on the long blade in his hand. Chapter 1658. The divine saber domain trembled as the purple saber light that filled the sky quickly intertwined and gathered on the long saber in his hand. Originally, the purple long saber in his hand was already very bright. Now, with the support of the endless saber light, it became even brighter. Mid-grade Earth rank treasure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Humph! It's useless. In front of my divine saber domain. You definitely can't escape this time. Ding Peng shouted coldly, and then waved the purple saber in his hand. Boom! The long saber fell, and a huge purple saber light quickly appeared. Divine light shone, and killing intent soared into the sky. It was like a purple river that quickly descended. The void split open, and the saber light vibrated, making a crisp sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that pierced through all directions. For a moment, the entire space was completely covered by violent energy, and movement techniques could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not use the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, unless he used his fist to break the domain and quickly leave the divine saber domain. Otherwise, no matter how fast his movement technique was, he would probably be affected. Humph! It's just a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. It's no big deal. Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his hand. Suddenly, a small black cauldron appeared in front of him. He waved it lightly, and the small black cauldron instantly became as big as a black mountain, blocking in front of him. The small black cauldron was very simple and unadorned. Birds and beasts were engraved on it, and it emitted a black light that was very lifelike. Clang! The shocking saber light slashed on the 10,000 beast ding, making an earth-shaking sound, but it did not break. What? He blocked it. Ding Peng was shocked and could not believe it. The long saber in his hand was a mid-grade Earth rank treasure, coupled with his king's domain. It could be said that this move could hurt a 6-star king. However, the other party blocked it. This shocked him greatly. Could it be that it's also a mid-grade Earth rank treasure? Ding Peng's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the 10,000 beast ding in front of him. His face immediately became gloomy. He did not expect the other party to also have a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. He was really too shocked. Normally, the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect and the other 2 sects would have low-grade Earth-class artifacts. Only the 3 of them, the eldest direct disciples, would possess a mid-grade Earth-step artifact. Apart from the 3 of them, no one else had the right to possess it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who was lucky enough to obtain such a treasure. However, this mysterious person had actually taken out a mid-grade Earth-step artifact. It was simply too shocking. Damn it, is this kid really not a disciple of our 3 sects? At this moment, Ding Peng's heart was filled with suspicion. Who the hell are you? Why do you have a mid-grade Earth-step artifact? Ding Peng gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian coldly snorted. You'll know the answer to that question when you beat me. Then he waved his palm and slapped the 10,000 beast ding in front of him. Suddenly, the 10,000 beast ding shone brightly. Above it, 5 rays of light flowed. Those strange beasts quickly rotated, as if they were about to come to life. Boom! 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 Indeed, in the next moment, a demonic beast charged out of the 10,000 beast ding. Immediately, a demonic aura soared into the sky, and a dense light covered the sky. It was a black demonic beast. Its body was as big as a mountain, and its wings were like black demonic blades. When it spread out, it was at least 1,000 meters long. There was a thick, murderous aura around it. In the next moment, Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He could naturally feel the terrifying energy coming from the other party. In fact, he was extremely wary of it. On the other hand, Lin Xian was like a demon king, holding the 10,000 beast ding in his hand. At that moment, the black demonic beast in the sky quickly charged over, The sky was filled with demonic aura, and its terrifying power tore through the void. This power made one feel despair. Even a 6-star king would not dare to face it head-on. Kill! Ding Peng's scalp went numb, but he still roared angrily. With the purple saber in his hand, he quickly counterattacked. With a slash of his saber, the surrounding divine saber domain shone rapidly, turning into a dazzling saber light. Like a galaxy, it charged forward. Clang! The saber light was like lightning, ruthlessly slashing the black, demonic beast. Immediately, a thunderous sound was heard. Roar! That black, demonic beast seemed to be real, and it let out a terrifying roar. Then it raised its incomparably black beast claw and slammed it down. At the same time, it flapped its wings and spun rapidly, forming countless black gales that swept in all directions. This energy was too terrifying. In an instant, the black beast clashed with the saber light that filled the sky, bursting out countless large explosions. The two were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Ding Peng's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the other party could really contend with him. Lin Xian was expressionless. He formed a seal with his palm again and slammed it on the 10,000 beasting. Suddenly, the demonic beast on it flashed, and another behemoth rushed out quickly. What? There's more! Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the other party could summon demonic beasts. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the destruction Black Dragon Fist. Instead, he used another Earth-grade martial art, the 9 Changes of the Firmament. Originally, this was a low-grade Earth-grade martial art. Its power was a little behind now, but it was different now. Lin Xian combined the 9 Changes of the Firmament with the 10,000 beasting, and the attack was no weaker than a high-grade, Earth-grade martial art. After all, the 10,000 beasting was a mid-grade, Earth-grade artifact. Moreover, the beast souls on it were very compatible with the 9 Changes of the Firmament. Therefore, the combination of the two was shocking. The black, demonic beast from before was the first change of the Firmament, the Chongqi change. Now, Lin Xian formed another seal with his palm. Suddenly, a black heavenly pung appeared in the sky. It was incomparably black, and when it spread its wings, it covered the sky like an ancient, demonic beast. Boom! The void suddenly boiled. The black, heavenly peng surface was smooth and flowing, and 108,000 swords were quickly displayed. Suddenly, the entire void was filled with countless black sword chi, and it was incomparably terrifying. Every sword chi was extremely sharp, like a divine artifact. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Ding Peng's face was incomparably ugly. To be honest, this method was indeed out of his expectations. However, the purple saber in his hand was also a mid-grade, Earth-grade artifact. Therefore, he wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Purple lightning saber technique. Ding Peng roared and once again displayed a powerful martial art. The purple lightning saber technique was also a high-grade, Earth-grade martial art, and it was incomparably terrifying. With a slash of the saber light that filled the sky turned into purple lightning. An ear-piercing sound resounded through heaven and earth. The terrifying lightning saber light quickly clashed with the 108,000 swords. Boom! Boom! The entire void was completely pierced through. However, it wasn't over yet. Just when Ding Peng thought that he had resisted the heavenly Peng, the third demonic beast on Lin Xian's side condensed. Di Jiang, an ancient demonic beast, born together with fire. The moment it appeared, it immediately brought monstrous flames. Boundless flames surged and surged. Everywhere in the world was a sea of fiery red. The terrifying heat wave burned the saber light that filled the sky to ashes. Chapter 1659. The terrifying heat wave burned all the saber lights in the sky to ashes. Then Di Jiang flapped his wings. Suddenly, The flames that filled the sky rushed towards Ding Peng like waves in the sea. It was as if he wanted to burn the entire divine saber domain. Purple lightning saber technique, ultimate kill, transformation. On the other side, Ding Peng was forced to retreat. He roared furiously and unleashed a killer move. Suddenly, the purple saber in his hand shone even brighter, as if it had turned into a divine saber. Not only that, but the entire divine saber domain also shone brightly and emitted a mysterious energy. Then, a translucent figure appeared in the divine saber domain, holding a purple lightning saber. In the next moment, a vast amount of energy surged out, and the mysterious figure quickly swung the lightning saber. Boom! An astonishing saber radiance descended from the void and slashed Dijiang's body. Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision resounded through the world. At this moment, even the entire forest began to tremble. The flames in the sky were torn apart, and a huge saber mark appeared on Dijiang's body. However, Ding Peng was not in a good state either. The terrifying black flames were so powerful that they caused damage to the divine saber domain. There were even cracks in some parts of the domain. Damn it! Ding Peng gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed powerful. In particular, the purple saber in his hand made him feel a sense of threat. However, it seemed that his opponent had used up all his tricks. On the other hand, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, the outcome of the battle was basically decided. With a cold snort, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms again to attack with the 10,000 bee sting. A huge demonic ape appeared. It was pitch black and stood tall like an ancient giant. It quickly appeared from the 10,000 bee sting. As soon as it appeared, its arms shook the sky, and the surrounding saber lights were all shattered. This time, not only Zhu Yan, but also the 4 beasts that Lin Xian had summoned. They charged forward together. At this moment, Lin Xian was incomparably terrifying. With the 10,000 beast sting above his head, he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into a flash of light as he charged forward. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Lin Xian descended from the sky like a demon king. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Under the control of the 10,000 beast sting, the 4 great demonic beasts ran amok in all directions. Lin Xian charged forward and unleashed the black dragon fist of annihilation. His attacks carried a violent and destructive aura, as if they were going to blow up the entire space. On the other side, Ding Peng was also going crazy. He did not care about the consequences and used all his strength to activate the purple long blade in his hand and the divine blade domain. He was like a saber god, swift and fierce to the extreme. However, he was still beaten until he retreated again and again. On Lin Xian's side, the more he fought, the braver he became. He performed the annihilation black dragon fist, and a destructive aura filled the air. Not only that, his fist technique was becoming more and more skillful, and he was rapidly approaching the minor accomplishment realm. Purple lightning, 7 slashes. On the opposite side, Ding Peng roared and unleashed his combat strength to the extreme, slashing out 7 shocking blade rays in a row. The huge blade rays swept across the world. They directly tore through the void and slashed forward fiercely. Thunderbolt, Wild Dragon. Lin Xian performed the killer move of the annihilation black dragon fist. A huge black dragon roared out, surrounded by black lightning. It was extremely terrifying. The next moment, the enormous figure collided with the 7 shocking purple saber glows. There was an explosion in the void, and the entire divine blade domain shook rapidly. Both of them kept retreating. Lin Xian performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he opened the dragon's sword domain and formed the azure dragon divine shield to defend against all the violent energy. Ka ka ka! At this moment, a rumbling sound came from his body, and the destructive aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Great! Lin Xian was ecstatic. He realized that the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist had finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. If the elders of the Wavering Light, sacred ground, knew about it, their jaws would drop. The Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was a top Earth-class cultivation technique. Moreover, the requirements for martial artists were very strict. It could be said that it was very difficult to cultivate. Even in the Wavering Light, sacred ground, no one could cultivate it. Therefore, he exchanged this cultivation technique with Lin Xian, because he believed that no one could cultivate it. But now, Lin Xian had actually cultivated it. Not only did he cultivate it, but he also reached the minor accomplishment realm in an extremely short period of time. This was really unbelievable. But thinking about it, it was understandable. During this period of time, he had been using the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist to challenge all the geniuses. It could be said that the realm of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was completed in thousands of battles. There was not a trace of water. Feeling the destructive aura on his body become stronger, Lin Xian let out a long cry of excitement. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a huge black dragon, flying quickly in the sky. "Haha, take another punch from me." Raging dragon, ripping the sky. This was the second killer move of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. In the sky, a huge black dragon appeared, waving its dragon claws, forming a powerful force, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. That energy instantly enveloped Ding Peng. Not good. Ding Peng's face changed drastically, becoming incomparably pale. Originally, he was almost unable to hold on, but he did not expect that the other party would use another killer move now. This was simply unbearable for him. Therefore, in the next moment, he vomited blood and flew backward. Most of the bones in his body were broken. Not only that, as he flew backward with serious injuries, the saber light that filled the sky and the surrounding divine saber domain quickly disappeared. This shocking battle had also come to an end. The top genius of the three major sects, Ding Peng, was defeated. Without the divine saber domain, that violent energy immediately swept in all directions. At this moment, even the martial artists under the mountain range in the distance felt it. Everyone turned back and looked at the forest behind them. What happened? Could it be that someone is fighting? This energy is too terrifying. It seems to have surpassed the level of a 5-star king. Could it be that the three great geniuses have made a move? It's very likely. Everyone discussed spiritedly, but no one went to watch. Because there was not much time left, they had to wait here. Otherwise, if they missed the time, they would be eliminated. That would not be worth the loss. Therefore, although everyone was very curious, no one went to watch. Not only that, more and more martial artists gathered in this remote moon mountain range. In fact, there were many battles. Among them, of course, those who were defeated wanted to snatch the jade pendants. After all, it was not considered a failure until the last moment. However, those who could gather the complete jade pendants were all powerhouses, so those people could not beat them at all. However, at this moment, a figure appeared, attracting the attention of many people, because the other party was alone. However, the other party was not Ding Peng and the other two great geniuses, so people had to pay attention. At this moment, countless eyes were all looking forward. Chapter 1660. Everyone was extremely puzzled. Countless gazes were directed to the front, and the person who appeared was naturally Lin Xian. He had won the battle with Ding Peng. He had obtained a large number of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. However, he didn't have time to cultivate, so he had to complete the first round first. Therefore, he came to the remote moon mountain range. This kid should be the guy from Danzong, right? I didn't expect him to be able to come here. Yeah, it's not easy for him to come here with his cultivation. Humph, what's the use of coming here? He's alone, and his cultivation isn't high. I guess the jade pendant on him is long gone. Do you think he's the Demon King? Someone raised his doubts. After all, the Demon King also acted alone. What a joke! After everyone heard this, they shook their heads and snorted coldly. If he's the Demon King, I'll eat this mountain directly. They didn't believe it at all, because from the way the Demon King acted, his strength was at least at the level of the three great geniuses. The young man in front of them had a pitifully weak cultivation. How could he be the Demon King? After Lin Xian heard this, he smiled and didn't say anything, because he didn't intend to reveal his identity as the Demon King, because that would cause everyone to besiege him. In the distance, Chu Yu also smiled when she saw Lin Xian return safely. Junior brother Lin. She waved happily. However, the two personal disciples beside Chu Yu had unkind expressions on their faces. They even snorted coldly. This kid is really lucky to be able to come here alive. Humph. So what if he's here? Trash like him can't pass the first round at all. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. A disciple of the Lingshu sect shouted coldly. The others also sneered, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, raised his palm, and suddenly a sharp sword light slashed out. In an instant, the arrogant disciple was sent flying. Boom! The disciple flew out and knocked over a mountain. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A 2-star king sent a 4-star king flying with a raise of his hand? Was this AF * king dream? At this moment, everyone's expressions were incomparably interesting. On the other hand, the corners of Chu Yu's mouth rose slightly. She had seen Lin Xian's strength before. Leaping ranks to battle and whatnot was not a problem for Lin Xian at all. However, the two personal disciples beside Chu Yu had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they had actually underestimated their opponent. However, soon after, they revealed disdainful smiles. So what if they could send 4-star King Tears flying? They weren't 4-star King Tears. They were 5-star King Tears. He even had an Earth Step artifact in his hands. It was definitely not something that the other party could contend against. Beside him, a huge boulder collapsed, forming a huge crater in the ground. The disciple who spoke arrogantly stood up shakily, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful, sending him flying with a single move. However, his two companions roared, "Brat, you're courting death!" After shouting coldly, the two of them started working frantically. They were a team of 3, yet one of them had actually been sent flying by a 2-star King Tier. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. This made them lose face. Therefore, they had to kill this brat in front of them to prove their strength. Traceless palm. One of them waved his palms, and flickering palm shadows quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. It was like a giant abyss beast, incomparably terrifying. The other person pressed his palms together, and a hazy light bloomed from his body. Instantly, the ground split open, and countless rocks turned into 2 large hands, quickly grabbing toward Lin Xian. In an instant, they wrapped around Lin Xian's legs. This was actually an earth element martial artist. The two of them attacked so suddenly that when everyone exclaimed, the terrifying energy was still enveloping Lin Xian. "It's over, this brat is dead for sure." The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. 2 4-star King Tiers had attacked. A 2-star king would definitely not be able to block it. In the distance, Chao Yun and the other personal disciples of Danzong also sneered. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. This was because several sharp sword lights surged out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, the flickering palm shadows and the 2 giant stone hands were chopped into pieces. Not only that, the shocking sword lights turned into rainbows and pierced toward the 2 people who attacked. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 sword lights turned into sharp swords and pressed against the 2 people's throats. With just a little bit of force, the 2 of them would instantly lose their lives. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such means. The two people who attacked him were pale and covered in cold sweat. They were pressed against the two sharp swords, and when they felt the terrifying killing intent, they almost knelt on the ground. "Stop! We were wrong, and we apologize to you. It was our fault before. Yes, we shouldn't have attacked you. Please let us go." The two of them quickly begged for mercy, no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the situation to change like this. Lin Xian coldly snorted and withdrew the two sword lights with a wave of his sleeve. He did not intend to kill anyone. He only attacked to intimidate the surrounding people. Now he had achieved his goal. As expected, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators changed when they looked at Lin Xian. They became incomparably respectful. There was even a trace of fear in their eyes. Beside Chuyu, the personal disciple called Chao Yin had a cold gaze. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations, and this made him very unhappy, especially since he had been pursuing Chuyu recently, and Chuyu had a good relationship with Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian was only a 2-star king, so he did not take him seriously. But now, the other party had displayed such powerful strength. This made him nervous. "Kid, why do you have such powerful strength? What relationship do you have with that demon king?" Chao Yin gritted his teeth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Indeed, thinking about it now, this youth was very suspicious. He was clearly only a 2-star king, but his battle strength was incomparably powerful. Could it be that he was really that mysterious demon king? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the personal disciple, Chao Yin, with a cold glint in his eyes. The other party had provoked him time and time again. It seemed that he could not be lenient anymore. However, at this moment, Chuyu quickly said, "Impossible! How could junior brother Lin be related to the demon king? That devil king is very arrogant. Furthermore, he used an extremely terrifying fist technique. But as far as I know, junior brother Lin is a swordsman. The cultivation techniques used by the two are completely different. Moreover, that demon king's strength is comparable to the 3 great prodigies. You don't think that junior brother Lin has such strength, do you?" Chapter 1661. Hearing that, everyone was silent. Indeed, Chuyu was right. Although the young man in front of them could fight above his level, it was shocking. But no matter how they looked at it, he did not look like the mysterious demon king. Both sides were different in terms of cultivation method and strength. Perhaps this was just a slightly more powerful Danzong disciple. Everyone's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, Ding Peng is here!" Ding Peng, one of the 3 great prodigies. He was even recognized as the leader of the 3 great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably powerful. He was also the person most likely to enter the Yaoguang sacred land in this sacred land selection. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of others. Even those personal disciples were nervous. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked back. The person who came from behind was indeed Ding Peng. At this moment, his external injuries had already healed, and he had also changed into a brand new robe, but his face was a little pale. He was like a bolt of lightning, quickly rushing towards the remote Moon Mountain range, ignoring everyone along the way. Boom! Soon he landed on an open space. However, Ding Peng's emotions were unstable. A cold light bloomed in his eyes as he said coldly, "All of you get lost!" Finally, a surge of energy gushed out of his body, accompanied by a thunderous voice that swept in all directions. Everyone was shocked and all retreated. Even the personal disciples weren't spared. At the same time, a trace of fear arose in their hearts. What was going on? They did not know why Ding Peng was angry at others, but now no one dared to go forward and all hid far away. What a joke! The other party was one of the 3 great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing them. At this moment, if they were targeted by the other party, they would probably be incomparably miserable. What's wrong with this Ding Peng? Even Dan Feng and Xiao Qian, who were in the crowd, frowned. The two of them, naturally, could not be compared to others. They could feel that Ding Peng's aura was unstable. This was completely different from the other party's state before. It was as if he had just experienced a great battle. What happened? Dan Feng and Xiao Qian glanced at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with deep doubts. However, at the side, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Most likely, he was the only one present who knew what had happened. The reason why Ding Peng was, of course, because he was defeated in his hands. In the previous battle, he had won and Ding Peng had lost. Not only that, but Ding Peng had also suffered serious injuries. Most likely, the other party had paid a heavy price to recover more than half of his strength. Most importantly, he had snatched all of the substandard divine crystals and supreme grade substandard divine crystals from the other party. Right now, it was within his dragon sword domain. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stopped paying attention. Instead, he found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged to silently refine the subdivine crystal he had obtained. The harvest this time was even greater. As one of the three great prodigies, not only was Ding Peng's strength formidable, he was even richer. The number of top-grade substandard god crystals in his hands far exceeded that of the other direct disciples. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to refine those supreme grade substandard divine crystals, and he would definitely be able to break through to the 3-star king realm. At that time, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not delay and silently cultivated. A day later, the remote Moon Mountain range was finally opened. Immediately, countless martial artists became excited, because this indicated that the first round of the sacred land selections was over. Lin Xian stood up as well. With a flash of his body, he flew forward. Among them, he sensed a few unfriendly gazes. Among them, there were Purple Sun Sect and Lingshu Sect. There were also some from Danzong. Among them, the sharpest gaze belonged to Danzong's direct disciple, Chao Yin. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted in his heart. If Chao Yin dared to attack him, he would not mind killing him. Not long after, Lin Xian entered the remote Moon Mountain range. He handed over the complete jade pendant and successfully passed the first round. Half a day later, the results were out. A total of 300 people had completed the test and passed the first round. Among them, all of the direct disciples had passed. As for the core disciples, more than half of them had been eliminated. This result could be said to be very cruel, because there were more than 300 disciples from the 3 sects participating in the test. Together, there were nearly 1,000 people. However, only about 300 people had passed in the end. The success rate was only 1/3. Moreover, this was only the first round. The second and third rounds would be even crueler. This was the sacred land selections. Only by passing the real test could one enter the Yaoguang sacred land. Moreover, even if they had passed the first round, their hearts were heavy. This was because they knew that according to the previous rules, only 1 or 2 people would be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred land in the end. Therefore, they had to give it their all and even perform better than usual. After the first round ended, the second round did not start immediately. Instead, they were allowed to rest for 2 days to recover the energy they had expended in the first round. Lin Xian was even happier about this rule. He was worried that he did not have time to refine the subgrade divine crystals in his hands. Now that he had 2 days, it should be enough. As expected, on the evening of the second day, Lin Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed and reached the 3-star king realm. His strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change. Currently, he could easily defeat a 5-star king. Even if he encountered a 6-star king, he could still put up a fight. This is great. Lin Xian was excited. I wonder if I will be able to contend with an almighty when I break through to the 4-star king realm. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. It was a quiet night. On the third day, the sun rose and everyone was excited again. This was because from today onwards, the second round of the assessment would begin. This time, it was an arena elimination round. It tested the martial artist's endurance and physical strength. Of course, there was also a trace of luck. The location of the competition was a valley near the Hidden Moon Forest. Those disciples who had successfully passed the first round all followed the elders of their respective sects to this valley. The person in charge of the second round was the red-robed, middle-aged man from before. In addition, there were other martial artists who came from the Yaoguang sacred land. Their expressions were cold, and there was even a trace of arrogance in their eyes. This was because they were from the sacred land, even if they did not have a high status in the Yaoguang sacred land and were most likely just servants. However, in front of the disciples of the three sects, they were still very cold and arrogant. In the valley, there were 3 huge array arenas that shone brightly with powerful defensive barriers. These arrays came from the Yaoguang sacred land and had unfathomable power. They could withstand the attack of an almighty. It could be said that they were specially prepared for this round. Chapter 1662. Everyone would draw lots for the competition. However, the 3 prodigies were an exception. The 3 of them would not meet in the second round. Each of them would occupy an arena. Only the top 3 in each arena would be qualified to advance. In other words, only 9 out of the 300 people would successfully enter the third round. This elimination rate was even more terrifying. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. This was especially true for the personal disciples. Their eyes shone with a shocking light, because no matter what, they had to successfully break through, enter the third round, because the third round was very important. It was different from the first 2 rounds. The first 2 rounds were closed off, but the third round would be watched by the elders of the Radiance sacred land. As long as they performed well in the third round, even if they could not get first place, they might be noticed by the elders of the Radiance sacred land. Therefore, no matter what, they had to pass the second round and enter the third round. Lin Xian was not particularly excited about this, because even the strongest of the 3 prodigies, Ding Peng, had been defeated by him. Moreover, he was only a 2-star king at that time. Now that he had successfully broken through to 3-star king, he was even stronger than before. If he fought with Ding Peng now, he would probably be able to defeat him within 10 moves. However, he also had his own worries. That was Dan Chenzi and the entire Danzong. Firstly, it was because of the blue wave pill. Secondly, Dan Chenzi had given them another type of pill before they set off. That pill had reversed the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body. This meant that there was something wrong with the pill. However, why would Dan Chenzi give that pill to all the core disciples? Moreover, it was during the sacred land selections. Dan Chenzi must be up to something. Moreover, Lin Xian had a premonition. He felt that Dan Chenzi would definitely do something shocking during the sacred land selections. Therefore, he had to be careful. Soon, the 3 arenas were divided. Ding Peng would be in the first arena. Xiao Cheng would be in the second arena. Dan Feng would be in the third arena. Lin Xian drew lots and was assigned to the third arena. The others also drew lots quickly and were evenly divided into the 3 categories. Among the personal disciples, Danzong's Chao Yin and Sima Tong were also assigned to the third arena. Among them, Chao Yin looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. "Brat, it's best that I don't meet you in the arena, because if that's really the case, your death will come." Hearing Chao Yin's threat, many martial artists near the stage trembled. There was no helping it. As a personal disciple, Chao Yinqing's strength belonged to the extremely terrifying category. Anyone who was targeted by him would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but sigh for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was expressionless. Even Ding Peng was no match for him now, let alone this Chao Yin in front of him. If he really met his opponent during the competition, he would just take care of him. Seeing that Lin Xian was expressionless and didn't respond, not even showing a trace of fear, Chao Yan's face instantly darkened. The other party actually dared to ignore him, which made him very unhappy. Good kid, go ahead and be arrogant. You'll suffer when the time comes. After saying that, Chao Yan snorted coldly and stood to one side. Their arena number 3 had a tense atmosphere. The other 2 arenas were practically the same, because this was no longer the first round. In the first round, the sect generally wouldn't make a move. But this second round was different. Everyone was an opponent. They had to bring out their best strength to compete for the top 3 of each arena. Among them, Chu Yu was assigned to arena number 1. Also in arena number 1 was Su Ziding, who was good at setting up traps. In arena number 2, the more conspicuous people were the Huanling siblings. There was also Hong Yu. Apart from them, there were other personal disciples. For a moment, the scene was very lively. When everyone finished drawing lots and was assigned to the arena, the red-robed, middle-aged man from the Wavering Light, Sacred Land, stood on the high platform and looked down. Then he said in a clear voice, "Now the competition began." Following the voice, the 3 judges appeared on the ring like phantoms. Their auras were very strong, reaching 6-star king realm. With such judges, 1 could prevent martial artists from cheating, and 2 could also prevent these sect disciples from being killed in the battle. After all, these disciples were all elite geniuses of the various sects to be able to reach this stage. It would be a pity to lose even one. As the 3 judges went on stage, the surrounding atmosphere also became tense. Everyone was extremely excited, wishing that they could immediately go on stage, use their ultimate techniques, and win the competition. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked, because at this moment, the 3 people who went on stage were actually the 3 great prodigies. No one expected that the first round would actually be these 3 great prodigies. In arena number 1, Ding Peng was dressed in a green robe, and his entire person was incomparably fierce. His body was surrounded by a resplendent saber light, and his entire person was fierce and murderous. In arena number 2, there was a handsome young man in white. His expression was carefree, and his temperament was outstanding, like a banished immortal. In arena number 3, there was Dan Feng. She was a beautiful woman in a 5-colored robe, and her every move carried a noble aura. Around her, there were countless flames surrounding her, as if she was the queen of flames. The 3 people's auras were powerful, as deep as the sea, and they were above everyone else. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts sink, as if 3 ancient mountains were pressing down on them. The other 3 disciples who went on stage shook their heads and sighed. The 3 of them were just ordinary core disciples, and they did not expect that the first round would actually be against the 3 great prodigies. However, they were not cowards. Even if the other party was a prodigy, the 3 of them still had to fight. Humph! In arena number 1, Ding Peng snorted coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly became fierce, as if he was a god of death. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect Ding Peng to emit such a terrifying aura. Even the referee started to frown. Only Lin Xian knew that Ding Peng was extremely depressed in his heart, and if he did not find someone to vent it on, he would probably suffer internal injuries. Ding Peng's eyes were fierce, but he did not draw his saber. He raised his fingers and waved quickly. Suddenly, a shocking and resplendent saber light quickly appeared. It was like a purple lightning slashing down from the sky. That cold sharpness caused everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, the entire valley was illuminated by this saber light. As for his opponent, a disciple whose strength had reached the level of a 5-star king, he roared furiously. He used his king's domain to form many defenses. He even took out an ancient shield and blocked in front of him, facing Ding Peng's casual attack. This 5-star king used his full strength. However, he still could not block it. The purple saber light was incomparably fierce, and it cut through his opponent's king's domain. He crashed into the shield and sent both the person and the shield flying. Chapter 1663. Work. That 5-star king rolled down the arena, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes full of horror. But fortunately, although Ding Pong went berserk, he did not deal a killing blow. That disciple was also only injured, and his life was not in danger. Seeing this scene, the disciples in the entire arena, number 1, all sucked in a deep breath. Fortunately, Ding Pong had a sense of propriety and did not go completely crazy. Otherwise, their arena number 1 disciples would probably suffer a calamity. But even so, everyone's scalp still went numb, their hearts filled with horror. It wasn't just arena number 1. Arena number 2 and arena number 3 also ended their matches almost instantaneously. The 3 great prodigies' strength far surpassed everyone. Among them, arena number 2. That disciple did not catch sight of Xiao Cheng's figure at all and was sent flying with a kick. On the 3rd arena, the disciple who was fighting against Dan Feng was even more terrified, because in an instant he was surrounded by countless blazing flames. Those flames were very terrifying, as if they could refine his king domain at any time. The means displayed by the 3 great prodigies shocked everyone beyond belief. In fact, a feeling of being unable to resist even arose in their hearts. However, among these people there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's current strength had long surpassed the 3 great prodigies. It was just that no one knew. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, among these 3 great prodigies, Ding Peng's strength was the strongest. Xiao Cheng and Dan Feng's strength were on par. Of course, this was merely judging from that strike just now. As for whether Xiao Cheng and Dan Feng still had any trump cards, Lin Xian did not know. However, even if the other party had trump cards, Lin Xian did not care at all either. His current strength was already equivalent to a 6-star king, far surpassing these people. After the 3 great prodigies made their moves, the 3 arenas carried out normal matches. It could not be said that every match was extremely exciting, but every match was extremely intense. In these battles, every martial artist unleashed their full strength, fighting desperately. Before long, it was Lin Xian's turn to go on stage. His opponent was a youth with bronze-colored muscles. That majestic body was filled with explosive power. Not only that, but this young man also had a head of short brown hair, making him look extremely beautiful. When the brown-haired youth stepped onto the stage, it immediately caused a wave of exclamations. Even the Red Phoenix looked at him with rapt attention. It was obvious that this young man was not simple. Otherwise, the crowd would not have such an expression. Below the stage, a cold smile appeared on Chow Yun's face. Looks like there is no need for me to make a move. This brat is dead for sure. Yeah, I didn't expect him to meet a direct disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School. I have to say, this kid's luck is really not that good. That's right. That Lu Yuan's strength is formidable and terrifying. I'm afraid that anyone who fought with him would be seriously injured. This kid's fate will definitely not be good. Voices were heard one after another. Clearly, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Even Chu Yu, who was on the first stage, started to frown. She did not expect that Lin Xian would encounter such a troublesome opponent in his first match. The disciples of the Z Sun House, on the other hand, began to cheer. Everyone had relaxed expressions on their faces. F***CK. Such a weak aura. I didn't expect Senior Brother Lu's first opponent to be so weak. Senior Brother Lu's luck is really good. I think he will be able to make it to the top 3 this time. How many moves do you think Senior Brother Lu will take to win? Nonsense, of course it will be 1 move. His opponent was too weak. He could not withstand 1 move at all. These people were very arrogant. They did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. The others also shook their heads and sighed. apart from Chao Yun and a few others, the other disciples of the Danzong had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn this brat, he's a disgrace to the Danzong. Yeah, this kid is so weak. How did he make it to the second stage? How strange. On the stage, Lu Yuan's face was also relaxed. There was even a disdainful smile on his face. Looks like my luck is really good. I met such a weakling in my first match. Kid, are you going to obediently scram down, or do you want me to throw you down with one punch? Lu Yuan looked down at Lin Xian with arrogance. However, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. The other party was just a personal disciple. He did not take him seriously. However, the other party's attitude made him very dissatisfied. Therefore, he snorted coldly. You talk too much nonsense. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Then they sneered. This kid is really an idiot. How dare he provoke Lu Yuan? Looks like he's really dead this time. With Lu Yuan's strength, I'm afraid this kid will be bedridden for half a year. Chao Yun also sneered. What an idiot. On the stage, Lu Yuan's face turned gloomy when he heard Lin Xian's voice. Kid, you're courting death. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. As he said that, he snorted coldly. His body bloomed with light. He took a step forward and threw a punch. Suddenly, a brown fist appeared in the air and blasted forward fiercely. That fist was incomparably resplendent, illuminating a corner of the sky. As a core disciple of the Purple Sun sect, Lu Yuan's cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star king. At this moment, his attack was incomparably terrifying. The entire void trembled. What a terrifying fist. Looks like Lu Yuan is really angry. Hee, that kid is dead for sure. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw that scene. Even the referee on the 3rd stage had a flicker in his eyes, ready to save the kid at any time. Do you really think you're so great just because you're a personal disciple? Lin Xian sneered. His expression was calm and fearless. Then his palm was like a sword and quickly swung out. Suddenly, a green sword light flew out from his fingertips. It directly shattered the void and charged forward. There was a loud boom. The brown fist opposite him was actually slashed open by a sword. What? It was slashed open? That's impossible. Seeing that scene, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck as if they had seen a ghost. Such a terrifying fist was actually slashed open by a sword? How did he do it? Even the referee was extremely surprised. He originally wanted to save the kid and prevent someone from dying, but now it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. Damn it, that's impossible. The one who was the most surprised was Lu Yuan. He was very confident in his punch. He thought that it would definitely be able to seriously injure the other party. Not to mention the kid opposite him. There were probably not many people of the same level who could block it. However, his fist was actually slashed open by the other party's sword. He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian sneered. Are you surprised? I can only say that you're short-sighted. If you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. Chapter 1664. He did not use the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, because once he used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, others would know that he was the Demon King. At this time, he did not want to cause trouble for himself. Moreover, even without the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, Lin Xian's combat strength was still not reduced. The ultimate technique in his hands was very terrifying. However, hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yuan was abnormally angry. He was despised, actually despised by a 3-star king? This made him unable to accept it. Therefore, he roared angrily and quickly attacked again. Thunderclap, divine kick. Lu Yuan rose into the air and kept waving his legs, forming a purple lightning bolt. In an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts intertwined in the sky, forming a huge lightning beast. It was earth-shattering as it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Thunderclap Divine Kick. This is Lu Yuan's ultimate technique. I didn't expect him to use it so quickly. It's over. It seems that Lu Yuan is really angry. Hee, this time that kid is definitely dead. A group of people discussed. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your attack is only SOSO. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? If that's the case, then you're really pitifully weak. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his arm again. Suddenly, a resplendent sword light flew out quickly. This time, the sword light was even more dazzling and sharper. Like a peerless divine sword, it slashed down in the air. Boom! The huge sword chi slashed down, and the resplendent sword light enveloped the entire arena. In the next moment, a violent collision sound was heard. It was like thunder, resounding in all directions. The tens of thousands of lightning bolts that filled the sky and countless terrifying leg shadows quickly cracked under the sword chi. There was nothing that could stop the sword. Impossible. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect his ultimate technique to be broken by the other party in an instant. This made him unable to believe it. However, the sword chi that was rapidly descending from the sky made his hair stand on end. Now he finally knew that he had underestimated the other party. The other party's strength was definitely not weaker than his. In fact, the other party was even stronger than him. I was too careless, too careless. Lu Yuan roared madly. He still had his king's domain that he hadn't used yet. However, the sword chi was simply too fast. There was no time for him to think. He could only condense a simple armor in front of him to defend himself. Boom! However, he could not block this sword light at all. Another earth-shattering blast rang out, and Lu Yuan was sent flying while coughing up blood. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body that had almost split him in half. Silence, absolute silence. The entire number 3 arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. It was as if they were dreaming. That was Lu Yuan. He was a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect and had reached the level of a 5-star king. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by a single sword strike even after he had used an ultimate technique. This was too shocking. Senior brother Lu. The faces of the Purple Sun sect disciples changed drastically as they quickly ran over. As for the others, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although he was a 3-star king, his battle prowess was no weaker than a direct disciple's. It seemed that this was definitely a powerful opponent. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? Chao Yun's expression was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. This result was completely different from what he had expected. In his expectations, the winner of this match should be Lu Yuan. As for Lin Xian, he would be severely injured by a single punch, and his cultivation might even be crippled. But now, Lin Xian was completely fine. Not only that, he had even obtained victory with ease. This made him go crazy. There was even a trace of fear. His opponent's strength was actually equivalent to a direct disciple's. This was probably not good news. No, impossible. He can't be so strong. Lu Yuan must have been careless. Yes, it must be so. Chao Yun kept comforting himself. Damn brat, so what if you win this time? Don't meet me, or I'll personally finish you off. He gritted his teeth and swore that if he met Lin Xian, he would use his full strength to finish him off. In the arena, the referee was also very surprised. He took a deep look at Lin Xian and then announced that Lin Xian had won. This result not only stunned the 3rd arena. Even the martial artists in the 2nd and 1st arenas were moved and looked over at them. Great. I knew you would definitely win. In the 1st arena, Chu Yu was very happy. This brat is so strong. The other direct disciples were also nervous. However, there were also people who sneered disdainfully. After all, although Lu Yuan was a direct disciple, his ranking was relatively low. Among the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect, he was ranked 9th. Therefore, the direct disciples who were ranked at the top did not take it to heart. Next, the competition continued. In the first arena, Chuyu went up. She wore a light purple long dress and had a beautiful face like a fairy. Her opponent was a young man in yellow. Although his appearance was ordinary, the aura on his body was abnormally strong. Very clearly, this person was the same as Chuyu, also a direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect. The moment the yellow-clothed youth went up, he said with a smile, "I didn't expect that it's actually the famous Fairy Chuyu of the 3 sections. However, Fairy Chuyu's alchemy skills are impressive, but your combat strength is probably a little lacking." Cut the crap. Whether I'm lacking or not, we'll only know after we fight. Chuyu gave a delicate cry. Immediately, purple flames appeared around her and rapidly revolved around her. What? This flame is an innate spirit fire. Seeing this purple flame, everyone cried out in surprise. Even the expression of the yellow-robed youth opposite her became incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Chuyu actually had such a terrifying flame in her hands. With this innate spirit fire, Chuyu's combat strength increased by several levels. Therefore, in just 10 moves, the yellow-clothed youth was defeated. Another dark horse. Everyone's hearts were solemn, especially those direct disciples. Each and every one of them was like facing a great enemy. Previously, there was Lin Xian, who displayed a powerful Sword Dao aura. Now, there was another Chuyu who actually grasped a terrifying flame like the innate spirit fire. It could be said that this second round was really shocking. Would there be any more dark horses surging out next? The competition progressed quickly. Soon, it was Chao Yun's turn in the third arena. Chao Yun was a young man with a hooked nose and a cold expression. He wore a cloud brocade robe. His entire body emitted a cold and sharp aura. His opponent was from the High Void sect. He was not a direct disciple, but his strength was not weak either, reaching the level of a 5-star king. Chao Yun snorted coldly. With a flip of his palm, he took out a golden cauldron. The golden cauldron emitted a resplendent light. Accompanying it were streaks of golden flames that were incomparably terrifying.